would have been very interesting if you were a Red Sox fan. I was thinking about that while I was driving in, right? I was getting content jealousy, which is where you're trying to think of what to talk about for 4 hours, 5 days a week. And I was thinking, if you were a Red Sox fan, you'd have so much.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have so much. You'd have
Band
a
of brothers.
story. Yeah, you'd have a story of a completely discombobulated, broken front office, a juicy one.
Are the
that was
Red
released
Sox
in
better
Yahoo
without
Sports.
Rafael Devers? My column.
The hot takes would be flowing. You had baseball's #1 prospect, Roman Anthony, my Italian brother, hitting a career-first home run.
The Roman Empire has arrived.
Exactly. There would have been so many stories. And yet, as I was driving in, instead, I found myself thinking, how do I talk about an offense that didn't do enough to support a solid outing from a pitcher? It's almost like I've told this story a million times, and I don't quite know where to take it. That's how I felt driving into work today.
Yeah, I feel you. Roman Anthony, man, they got him batting in the 3 spot already. That's how much they really believe in that young man.
All rookies. That's the Red Sox.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, do your thing. And Giolito, that release is so ugly to me, but it works as he hides the ball. I'm like, where is the ball? I can't imagine being in the batter's box and trying to locate that ball. And he played well. And then I'm going to give props to the Red Sox before we get on the Mariners. And Chapman comes in and is throwing heaters everywhere. You can't touch that. He keeps you off balance with his off-speed pitch and lights you up with the heater. They look good, but they only scored 2 runs. And I think that you have to look at what Logan Gilbert did. Now the positive. This is one positive I think I have with the Mariners, that Logan Gilbert came out there and looked really good. He threw 84 pitches. Now, the big pitch that we were looking for is that splitter. It puts the most stress on your arm, your elbow. How was that going to look? I'm talking to Ryan Rowland-Smith during the game, after the game, trying to get his feedback on all of this. And he said it was inconsistent early, but then he found his groove late. And then I related it back to when I came back from an injury, right? The biggest injury I had was I broke my 5th metatarsal on my foot. Got a screw in my foot right now. My first few practices, I'm coming out, and I'm not putting my left foot in the ground the way I used to and pushing off 45 degrees. You have to imagine Logan's going through that same thing. Yes, he had his starts down in Tacoma, but listen, you're at the big show now. Things are getting real. Can you just let it loose and not worry about the repercussions? You see him get deep into a count. He goes to that splitter. That tells me he's feeling better with this whole thing. Touched 98 with the 4-seam. That was a positive. 10K set him down the 7th time he's reached double-digit Ks in his career. That's the positive when it comes to the Mariners yesterday. That's something we need to see, because I think the identity of this team is still going to shift back to the rotation. Yes, you've had good months from Polanco. You've had a good year from Cal. Julio's been okay. JP's getting on base. End of the day, the strength of your team still to this day is going to be the rotation. So seeing Logan go out there and look the way that he did gave me some positive vibes. But you got to score runs.
You got to score runs. I think that's how Jerry Dipoto felt with this one. Now, granted, this interview with MLB Network was beforehand, but he says ultimately we're going to get back to being driven by our pitching.
You know, we've had really 2 extreme portions of our season. For about 6 weeks, we were really scoring runs like we've not before, at least in my time with the Mariners. And we were up and down 1 through 9 in the lineup, really productive. But historically, we rely on our pitching, and that's who we are. I think that's our personality. Our identity is pick up the ground balls, be accurate with our throws, don't make mistakes that beat you, and your pitching drowns your opponent. And, you know, tonight starts that over with Logan back in the mix, and hopefully we are on track to start doing the things that we do. You know, the atypical part of our season so far has been that we've not been driven by our pitching. So, you know, I think as we get into this stretch between, you know, today and the trade deadline, it's establishing what we do as a pitching staff, being a little more Mariner-like in what we're doing there. And I think our offense has really improved.
Can I say something? Why not both? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm very cool with having – I think it's important to have an identity. And I think it's important to kind of like pick one, right? Let's look at the Seahawks. Yeah, why not both? But it's okay if your coach is a defensive guy, and that's his strength and what he's passionate about, and he wants the defense to be elite, and the offense is just really, really solid. Like, it's okay if you can pick one, but, like, why not have a very good, functional offense and also have an elite group of starters in a pitcher-friendly park?
You know what I think? I think Dan knows that's not the way this team is built. So he's looking at it atypical. He goes, look, man, we started off hot with these bats. He's probably looking at the coaches like, oh, we're doing our thing right now. Let's ride this wave as long as we can because we know this isn't the way this team is built. This team is built by that rotation. So I think he's tapping back into reality. And that's what I think all of us are doing right now. It's like, yeah, we knew that they weren't going to be able to keep up the production they've had with the bats and the bombs and all that good stuff. Their bombs are down in the month of June, like 12 so far this year, I think, or this month. So I think that they're slowly morphing into the team that they were supposed to be, which is a team that relies on the pitching and you get streaky with the bats. But I'm with you. Why not both? Because you've shown that you can do it.
Yeah.
And you did it during the colder months of the year, too, or the season.
And we've already seen, as proven by last year's squad, that you can have one of the best and one of the healthiest rotations in baseball and not make the playoffs. We already know that formula doesn't work. That formula does not guarantee a playoff spot. I think that this team should add at the deadline. I think they need to add a bat. I think they maybe should add 2. And I would feel very happy with this team if they did that.
All right, let's have the weird conversation. We've talked about this.
Yes.
They're going to add 2 bats.
Yeah.
It's called they're called Raleigh and Robles.
Stop it, Bum.
Raleigh and Robles.
This is what
We're having this conversation
Ian,
off air, and we're thinking that's going to be the push. Now, they still might add a bat. But they're going to lean on, all right, well, we just didn't have our full squad out there. Look what we were able to do without Robles, without Raleigh. All we need is like another Solano type of guy, leader, guys who hit for contact, come here and boost the bottom of the order. That's what I'm afraid is going to happen.
Same.
And because
Bump's being sarcastic, if anyone's.
Yeah. I'm not. I don't want them to do that.
He's being
but I think
facetious.
that could be a path. That's what they're going to sell to us. We shall see. In reality, those are additions because we haven't seen them. But are those additions good enough to stay in the hunt with these teams? And there's so many teams that are in a gray area right now. Are we going to make the playoffs? Are we not going to make the playoffs? Are we buyers? Are we sellers?
Yeah.
1 week, Arizona's a seller. Now they're saying they're buyers. Like things are changing so quickly that it's hard to tell exactly who's going to be available. But we do know that they will add those 2 bats in Robles and Raleigh and probably lean on them to be the change.
I'm so annoyed because you're right. However, I also think 2 things are true with this team. I think the team Jerry and Justin constructed last year is a bit better than they looked. I don't know what fell apart. Guys just didn't perform. Guys weren't totally healthy. Like, I think that you be mad at me if you want, if you're a Mariners fan that's just had enough. But I think that Jerry and Justin assembled a team that was better than they looked on paper last year. I think that they're right there with their gut feeling. I don't think that team is good enough to make a playoff run or win a World Series, and I think that's what your standard should be. So congrats on assembling a team that was solid and maybe didn't get the credit it deserved and then getting a lot of hate when you kept most of that same team together. That doesn't mean you don't need to add.
Right.
Like, how would you feel defensive about that? If you're right now, if for anyone felt defensive about thinking that this team needed to add, you just lost to a Red Sox team that lost their face of the franchise, their leader in home runs, their leader in walks, their leader in or second in almost every single category. They won because a rookie hit his first career home run. I know he's the number 1 prospect in baseball, but that's not a great Red Sox team. I know they're on a hot streak. What is that, Ian? 6 straight?
Yeah.
Shame on them. Like, yeah, they're on a hot streak. I get it. That's not a great organization right now, and even Ian, a Red Sox fan, will tell you that.
The only thing that keeps me kind of calm in this situation is exactly what you said. It's not like the Red Sox came out and offensively just beat you up. You did just enough to get by. Yeah. The onus is more on you, right? The onus has been, it's the bottom of the third. Yeah. You go single. Bases are jacked. You got number 1, 2, 3, JP, Rodriguez, and Cal, and nobody comes through.
Yes.
Like good teams, you're at least going to hit a sac fly and drive one in and keep things interesting. But you didn't do that. So that's concerning when you it was the perfect situation. I'm like, bases jacked, let's get it. Come on, we got a 1, 2, and 3 up, and you get absolutely nothing, and which isn't typical of Cal this year, and really isn't typical of JP, because JP usually finds a way to get on base. Say he walks, you get a run in. Well, Cal, he's usually good for a sac fly. Julio, you don't really know what you're going to get out of Julio in that moment. That was the most disappointing part, and that was the part of the game that glares to me and says, yeah, you need somebody else too, because just praying on Cal to win the day, or hoping that JP just draws a walk, or hoping Rodriguez has a clutch moment, which we haven't seen much of, maybe once or twice this year, just isn't enough at this point. But Boston didn't just beat you up. It was 2-0. Ricky hit a bomb. Your bats were cold, and that's concerning because you wasted a Gilbert start.
You really did. Like, you would have loved it. And he gets a loss now. He's tagged with a loss for that, which is just a shame. Like, you struck out 10. Just a phenomenal outing, coming back, pitching for the first time since April 25th, and you get that from your lineup.
I wasn't expecting that.
Right? Not that he's not used to it. I would have a group chat. I'd have a pitcher-only group chat, and I'd be talking about this.
You know it's going down.
I know. And I know that yesterday with Davey Martinez ranting about his team and how the coaches are doing nothing wrong, we both said, look, coaches can't say this, so we'll say it for Dan Wilson. While we might have question marks about Dan Wilson, players, you got to do more too. To Bump's point. Like, those are your best players coming up. Take JP out 0 for 12 with a Rosarena. Yeah. I know Rosarena's been hot and cold. Raleigh and Julio.
Yep.
Nothing. Gave you nothing. Go girl, give us nothing. Like, they really, really did not meet the moment. So that's a player thing too. That's a player execution. That's not just the front office didn't do enough. That's a little bit of like a, hey guys, get it together here.
Yep. Yeah, you got to perform. End of the day, you got to find ways to manufacture runs. Dan sets the lineup according to information he's getting upstairs and, of course, his expertise as well. This is where Davey wasn't wrong. When the bases are loaded and there's no outs, coaches can't do anything in that moment. Yeah. Players got to go out and do their thing.
Davey made some points.
He made some points.
Davey made some points. He was wrong, but he made some points.
You don't got to hand it to Davey Martinez.
You got to hand it to Davey Martinez. They cannot indeed hit for these players.
And here's the thing, too, is I'm in those moments, right, you got to come through clutch. And I'm looking at just the team stats. When it comes to chasing, right, chase rate, the Mariners are 15th. Like, they chase, but there's other teams that chase more than them. Swinging at pitches in the zone, they're 11th, 65%. Contact in the zone, they're second at 79%. It's just the whiff. Like, they're making some good decisions. There are some good swings happening out there, but they're just not squaring it up. And what does that come down to? That's just execution. That's pitch recognition. That's trying to drive the ball where it's supposed to go. So in that sense, players, come on, we got to do better. But now this is where I think the coaching comes in, is whatever's said in the dugout, whatever's said pre or after that game, mentally you got to tap into something with this team and get them to execute your philosophy at the plate. But the numbers say, yes, they are striking out a lot where we're used to that. Yes, they're whiffing, but they're swinging at good pitches for the most part. They're just not making contact with it.
What got me, says the 240, was how different Monday's game felt from Sunday's. I mean, yeah, coming off a sweep, and then you have that. Yeah. It's just, granted, that sweep bought me a little bit of like, well, let's see how game 2 and 3 go against Boston. Again, this is a team. These are two flawed teams meeting where it's anyone's game. And you have at least the advantage of playing at T-Mobile Park. Like, there's no reason on paper the Mariners can't win this series. Yeah,
it still can get done. It's just exactly what the texter said. Like, from their last game to this game, bummer. It just feels a bit different.
All right, I'm seeing some people text in about what they need to add. We're going to get to some stuff about the trade deadline a bit later in the show. The latest from Jerry Dipoto. That was one cut from an interview with MLB Network. He's got a lot more, including answering a question about whether or not the Mariners consider trading for Rafael Devers. Before we get to any of that, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Cal Raleigh is second in the American League in All-Star votes, trailing just Aaron Judge. What's the real headline?
I'm not proud of this one.
Just say it.
I think we know where Big Dumper's been storing all his votes.
In his pockets.
Thank you. In his pockets, in his back pockets.
I'm glad he's getting the love he deserves. He's obviously tied with Aaron Judge, 26 bombs. He's the best catcher in the game. Has more RBIs than any catcher, more stolen bases, more home runs, his best OPS, runs scored. Whatever you want to look at, whatever metric you want to look at, Cal Raleigh has shown that he's not only one of the best catchers in the game, he's one of the best hitters, power hitters in the game for sure. So good for Cal, because we felt the last couple of years he's been snubbed when it comes to recognition. And, he probably used that during the offseason to motivate him. Or maybe he didn't. Cal's is such an even kill type of guy. You never really know. So for him to be getting the love that he deserves, I'm happy for him. And I hope he just continues to grow with his greatness and his reputation.
Can I say something wild about All-Star voting? This isn't like news. Many of you have seen this stat, and also if you haven't, it won't surprise you. So again, Judge leads all players with 1.56 million votes. That was as of yesterday afternoon. Raleigh's second in American League. It was initially 525. He's just now, it looks like, over 1 million. Shohei Ohtani is one of 5 National League players with more than 1 million votes.
They're just better.
It's the not discrepancy, but just the
disparity
between these two leagues right now is wild. Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Pete Crow Armstrong, Francisco Lindor, those 4 others in addition to Shohei.
Well, and with the Devers trade, who he was likely going to be the American League starting DH.
Congrats.
He now goes over to the National League where he's not going to be the starting DH because Shohei Ohtani will likely get those votes.
And congrats to Ryan O'Hearn.
Yeah, who's by default will probably be the American League starting DH because I don't see anybody else. I know Jorge Polanco is like top 10 in DH voting. Maybe that's an opportunity, but yeah, it's... The AL is down bad right now.
What's that one? I don't know if it's Barstool Sports. Is it Little Sasquatch or whatever? Who's like me? That's going to be someone in the American League that becomes like a third all-star. Like he just, he's like third on the list with like 150,000 votes. Me?
Well, I mean, the thing is, every team gets an all-star. So the Rockies will have an all-star this year. The Pirates will have one. Well, it'll be Paul Skeens will be the Pirates all-star. That's pretty easy. But yeah, there's just not a lot of good players in the American League anymore.
You guys see Skeens at the LSU game the other day?
Oh, yeah.
The superstar status, man. With his little linen button-up shirt with the shades on, his lady to the right.
Couldn't even have team gear on.
Man.
Like, that's how cool he is.
He's like, I'm not going to be here that long.
He's got his leg up on the ledge. You know what I'm saying? I go, hey, that's a superstar right there, man. Vibes.
Let's go to the NBA.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 2, Oklahoma City. They're now a win away from an NBA title after their Game 5 victory over the Pacers last night. What's the real headline?
Someone needs to give Tyrese Halliburton their cap so we can get this thing to 7.
Please.
Halliburton. Strained his calf. I understand that. Came back in second half. I didn't think he was going to come back. Looked a little more bouncy than I thought he was going to look, but, bro, 0 for 6. I mean, you got to will your way to 10 points. I don't care if you get to the free throw line and just make it there. That was disappointing. Your boy McConnell needs to play more.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're not playing that young man. 16 points. I would have set Halliburton down and be like, McConnell, you go ahead and do your thing. But the real story is Jalen Williams, 40 points, the youngest in Shaq to score 40 points in the final. And don't forget, SGA still dropped, 31, 32 points as well. One thing I hate about OKC is Jalen Williams is buying into SGA. It's all you got to do is touch them, and they are flopping. They're flailing their body everywhere. And it's almost like the refs are forced to make that call because they make it look so dramatic. That's one thing I do not like about OKC. But end of the day, they just have more talent, and this thing is probably over.
I lose so much respect with obvious flopping, and there is a level, like the bar is higher in the NBA, you know what I mean? Like there's just a level of flopping that you just have to accept. Versus like the NFL, there's almost zero level of flopping. Once you see flopping, it's either hilarious or you're like, I lost respect for you.
Or it's a quarterback begging for roughing the passer.
Exactly. And you're like, you know what you're doing, Patrick. Love you, buddy. But
Josh,
you know what you're doing, Joshua. But yeah, I know in the NBA you have to accept a level of it, but that's egregious.
It's getting ridiculous. And they're making the buckets. That's the thing too. Like they're driving to the hoop, you touch them a little bit, they're throwing their bodies, they're making the lay and one. But Jalen Williams, man, a star on the rise, regardless of if he flops or not. You don't drop 40 on accident.
This game 6 goes to Indiana Thursday night. You guys think OKC wraps it up? Odds makers overwhelmingly going with the Thunder to just win out.
Man, I'm hoping that I'm gonna say the Pacers push it to 7.
I hope so.
Come on.
Especially in their home court.
It feels like it's been a while since we've seen a Game 7, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's been any time recently since we've seen
last
that.
Game 7.
Was it Cavs Warriors?
Yeah, 2016.
Wow.
Dang.
Almost 10 years. That's crazy. What's next, Ian?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Red Sox GM Craig Breslow told the Boston media he thinks his team can win more games going forward without Rafael Devers than when they had him. What's the real headline?
I mean, last night was a start.
I mean,
that's a bold take, though.
They're 1-0, and I'm trying to get into his mind and figure out why he would think that. And reading all these articles, this goes back to spring training where they try to ask Devers to take ground balls at first and third. He goes, nah, trade me then. This is the first time I've heard he asked for the trade. They met through in the regular season, early in the season, and he didn't request a trade, but he said I'd be okay with the trade, right? So what's his angle? It's just the chemistry. Was he that bad of a teammate in the clubhouse where guys didn't want to rock with him? I don't know. I got to ask guys in the organization. But on paper, they're not a better team.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the chemistry, maybe it's the vibe, I don't know. But what else is he supposed to say with this? Right? Boston has a horrible history the last few years of getting rid of big talent and moving on and promising their fans, look, we're in it to win it or whatnot. But every major move they made has said the complete opposite. So what is he supposed to do in this? I think he's fibbing just a little bit, but I'm also going to leave room for the possibility that Devers didn't have the greatest attitude because of the situation he was in, being asked to play a different position.
We're going to talk about the version of this when it comes to the Mariners, kind of like where they are in their timeline and what they're doing quickly in the last minute and a half. Ian, you're a Red Sox fan. Did you grow up a Red Sox fan? So you're a good source for us here. The vibe that I got, Bump and I were reading the Yahoo article that we're going to get into later in the show. Were the Red Sox pitched like this is a rebuild in a similar way to the Mariners? Like the Mariners were pitched like this is a rebuild. We're basically going to tear it down. It's a retooling. We're going to build up the farm system. We're going to cut payroll and we're going to build up. Like what was the deal with the Red Sox?
No. The past like 5 years, every deadline has been a buy and sell.
Love
so
it. Straddling a
they're
fence.
trying to kind of get the most out of both things. Without a real direction. This offseason was the first time in a while where they like really went for it. They went and got Crochet. They went and got Bregman. But then it kind of fell on its face because the locker room culture got messed up. So yesterday, the one big quote that I kind of took away from it was Breslow, the Red Sox CBO, said basically they've got these young guys and they're trying to build a culture in the locker room, and the culture that was there was not working, and so they're trying to build something new.
I mean,
And that's the first kind of like rebuild quotes that I've seen.
look, maybe there's truth
They
to
probably
it.
didn't
okay
want.
with it.
They probably didn't want these impressionable young kids seeing the superstar of the team basically pushing the front office around and being like, "I'm not
Honestly,
doing what you're telling me to do."
Like, remember, Bump, we were talking about it yesterday. You have to be a certain level of talent, top 15 hitter for Devers, but like,
Yeah.
I do wonder if there's a part of it that's kind of like fair.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Different subject before we get out of here. Stop coming for me on the text lines,
For
all right? One, I'm not a LeBron guy. He just plays for my team. Two, yes, he flops. The whole NBA flops, but he flops too. So stop coming after me on these text
They get
lines.
after you for the
all right?
Lakers.
I'm a Laker guy. LeBron is plays for my team, and yes, he flops. Get
No,
off
you
my
have
head.
him. That's your boy
That
now.
makes you a Laker guy, yeah.
That's your boy now. You have to claim him.
You wear
I
the jersey,
regret
I'm going to
inform
support you, but I don't support your actions.
Coming back for another season.
Yeah,
No
maybe
surprise.
two.
The 2025 MLB All-Star ballots open. Cal, Julio, JP, and the crew need your help to secure a spot at this year's Midsummer Classic in Atlanta. You can vote up to 5 times per day, every day through June 26 at MLB.com/vote. A few years ago, the Mariners started a rebuild. Where should they be right now? The latest from Jeff Passan coming up next.
Logan Gilbert dazzles in his return.
Swing and a miss. He waves at a splitter. Strike 3. Strikeout number 10 for Logan Gilbert.
But the Mariners come up short in the series opener against the Red Sox.
We were able to get some traffic, just not able to get him in tonight.
Tonight, the Mariners turn to Brian Wu, looking to even the series at 1 apiece. First pitch at 6:40. Wyman and Bob take you up to pregame at 5:30 on Seattle Sports. Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets, if they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The home of the Mariners.
It's on! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is back. Our bats are back. Is your postnasal drip and congestion back as well? Hi, this is Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We are a proud national center of excellence for helping hundreds of patients with Rynair. For those of you sick of searching for another allergy medication, Rynair is a minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip, congestion, and stuffiness after only one treatment. Come see us in Auburn or Federal Way. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
It's the Garage here for my friends at Premier Golf. Take advantage of early sunrise and late sunset at the 11 different Premier courses today. From Bellingham, Everett, and Marysville to Linwood, Bellevue, and Seattle, even out on the coast, they've got a course near you. Play Inner Bay or Jackson, Bill Wright or West Seattle, Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Patton, and even Ocean Shores. Courses are in great shape and ready for your next round. Visit PremierGolfCenters.com, that's PremierGolfCenters.com, and book your tee time today.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The movie insider for ESPN, Jeff Passan, on with Brock and Salk this morning. Interesting things to say about Dipoto, the trade deadline, the Mariners as a whole, and of course Cal Raleigh. We're going to start with Cal, who Passan calls now the face of the franchise.
At the end of the day, and it's funny to say this because we've said it about another player in the past, the Mariners are going to go as far as Cal Raleigh can take them. He is the franchise now, and that fans around the country see that, I think, is a great sign for him and for baseball, frankly, because if he weren't starting the All-Star game this year, it would be an absolute farce.
Really cool for Cal, but bump. Did your mind automatically go where mine did, which is, well, what's it mean for Julio? Have we kind of just accepted that Julio isn't who we thought? Like, it was just an interesting my mind immediately went to Julio, not to take away from Cal, but I thought, yeah, we used to be saying this about Julio.
No, I think naturally our minds should go to Julio because that is what we've expected. That is how this team has sold their players as Julio as the face.
As early as this spring.
Yeah, remember that year he was in Sports Illustrated one week, GQ the next week, all these interviews nationally, and rightfully so because he had a couple seasons that made you feel like his trajectory was headed in the right direction. But things happen, things change. I think that Julio still has an opportunity to kind of right his wrongs, if you want to call it that, and get hot this summer and get back into the mix as far as the face of the team. But when you have a guy who's leading the league in homers, whose OPS is crazy, who's having one of the best half seasons we've seen from a catcher, you got to shift your attention to Cal. It's performance-based. But, yeah, my first thought was Julio. And then my second thought was, ooh, these Texans are going to tear Julio up once they hear this, man. Ooh, they're going to get him. But then I'm also thinking neither guy is being paid as if they are a superstar as well. Yeah. So kudos to the Mariners at this point. You signed Raleigh early. If you waited to sign him after this year, oh, my God, yesterday's price is not today's price. And then for Julio, you got him there early, and some people thought it might be too early, but he only reaches $400 million if he hits all these incentives. Looks like he's not going to get them, at least not this year. It seems like it's working out to be a decent deal between the two.
I really am not tripping over Julio's contract because, again, there's no salary cap in baseball. You're paying more than this team would typically be. If this is all Julio is, you're paying more than this team would typically be comfortable with for a fine hitter and a great defender. You were hoping that he'd be the face of your franchise. You were hoping he'd be a cornerstone for a World Series team. That's not who he's been consistently. It's who he's looked like sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Like, he'll get hot and he'll look like a baseball god, and then he'll cool, and it'll drive you crazy. So I haven't figured out exactly who Julio's going to be. My bar has, like, come down just a little bit, but he does not have one of baseball's biggest contracts. Like, no. I am not panicked about that deal. I think that this team should, I don't know, continue to add. But let's talk about the deadline. Jeff Passan asked if it's fair to say DePoto's under pressure.
I think that's pretty fair, actually. I think that's a good call by you. Just because we saw it a couple of years ago. We saw what this was supposed to be, and for the last 2 years, it hasn't been there. And so it's one thing, guys, to get into the postseason and snap a 20-year streak. It's a completely different thing to put a sustainably winning team out on the field. And that's where the Mariners should be at this point. They should be a team that's at the top of the American League West standings, not a team that's got the Texas Rangers breathing down their necks, and a team that's got a negative run differential, and a team that, you know, as good as it has looked at points this season, has looked equally bad. There just needs to be more consistency.
What do you think of Jeff's sound there?
Yeah, it's I feel like we're gonna have this conversation the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Right? Just being consistent and putting enough out there to be consistent. We get to the trade deadline, something might happen to where we feel differently about this team and their consistency and their talent or whatnot. But as of now, there's not much out there that can really move the needle when it comes to this team and this roster, other than adding some pieces that are already here who are banged up right now. No, I think that's been the story of the year for the Seattle Mariners, man. At one point, they were extremely consistent. How much did they get? 7, 8 games over 500 at one point? Right now, you're at 1 game over 500. You were top 5 when it comes to bombs. Your team slugging was on point. The OPS was there, and there's been a slight dip. Not a slight dip, but you're moving in the wrong direction. But that's baseball in general. The best teams are the most consistent. That's why you don't sneak into the playoffs in baseball.
No.
You know, even in the NBA, you can sneak in that playing game now. You are not sneaking in. In football, you can sneak in because you just win your division, and your division is garbage. Baseball will weed out the weak by the end of the year, and hopefully these guys are still in the mix.
Yeah, and even if you're some random NL Central, like you're getting knocked out.
Yeah.
Like it's just going to happen. I like this conversation because I think it's always important to take both a micro and a macro look at your team.
Mm-hmm.
The micro look is who's getting back when. How encouraged were we by Logan Gilbert's first return since April? Answer, very. What are we watching for with Julio in this series? Are we happy with what we saw from the top of the lineup? That's the micro look. Macro, for me with this team is, hey, this rebuild that we were on, when you got rid of a couple top payrolls and then cut payroll overall and decided to build up the farm system and did so successfully. But that was supposed to have an endpoint. That wasn't just supposed to be playing a different type of bit. That was supposed to have an endpoint of getting you to a World Series, of getting you to be a consistent playoff team. You made it once in 10 years under Dipoto. And look, that was a great ride.
It was fun.
Don't get me wrong. Credit to the farm system. Credit to building up, a great pitching staff. I'm not going to hold back credit where it's due. But what else is due to fans? In my mind, it's making the playoffs.
It's you're old. I mean, the fans are owed this. They are owed this. And when you make moves that don't project to the fans that you really care about making the playoffs, that's where people get a little disgruntled. And then all it takes is one game. One game. You just swept. Who they sweep? Why am I blanking right now?
Guardians.
Before this. You sweep the Guardians, and you're coming into a series against the Red Sox. They don't have Devers. Logan is on the mound, and then you're reminded really quickly how inconsistent this lineup is, especially at the top when you had opportunities to shut this thing down. So that's always going to be an argument, right? Have you done enough when you have this roller coaster of emotions with this ball club, with them looking decent and playing horribly, and bats are hot, but the arms are cold. The arms are getting better. The bats are cold. This up and down is what frustrates people, in which you would think, apply some pressure to the organization to do something they typically don't do. Granted, they've given us Castillo. They gave us Rosarena last year. So let's just keep those type of vibes going when it's time to trade and see who's available.
Now, I will say, if you're out there listening and you're someone who's like, I give up on this team, I'll let you know that Jeff Passan hasn't.
What a relief it is, because, guys, we know what arm injuries can do. We know how they can linger. We know that they can ruin a season. And for so many years, the Seattle Mariners have been absolutely blessed in terms of arm health that it just felt like, okay, Bill's coming due. No, Logan Gilbert he looked like Logan Gilbert last night. And George Kirby, again, starting to look like George Kirby. And, man, I cannot give up on this team because I continue to be in love with the pitching.
He can't quit the Mariners because, look, it's not like the pitchers are going anywhere. We don't know for sure if Bryce is going to have surgery and be done for the season. And let's say that he is. Well, Wu has looked pretty solid. Emerson looked really great in his last start. George Kirby is starting to heat up, and Logan looked amazing in his return. I get what Jeff's saying. It's hard to watch this group and how dominant they were last season and think, oh, that's over. That was a flash in the pan.
No, it's like when women kind of date below themselves because they feel like there's so much potential in them. But there's potential there. But
there's so much here.
He works hard, and there's some things we got to fix. But I can't give up on him. Telling all the girls
he's
in the
a
group
loser.
chat.
Give it a rest.
I can't
he's
do
a
it.
Bum.
I can't. But he's nice, and he cares about kids. That's what.
What's his credit score?
You can't quit him.
400.
You can't quit him. You can't quit the Mariners because there's something there. And it's called the rotation.
You did not just make the Mariners into this Love Island-esque.
That's what they are.
Schmoozer.
That's what they are. What else are we supposed to do?
Oh,
Too early to quit.
Well, we're sticking with the Mariners. Did the Mariners actually consider trading for Devers? What's the latest on Bryce Miller, and what does Jerry Dipoto think of Cal season? The Mariners president of baseball ops, who's on with MLB Network. We played you one cut earlier, and we've got the rest coming your way next.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed.
The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with no credit financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment needed, and financing is available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Ready for some summer hoops? Register your team for the July 12th and 13th Everett 3-on-3 tournament presented by Boeing. 4 players to a team, 2 days of exciting action, 1 incredible tournament. Players of all ages and abilities are encouraged to come out and play. Go to everett3on3.net today and sign up your team. That's everett3on3.net. A special thank you to event major sponsors Amazon, City of Everett, Snohomish County TPA, and Tulalip Resort Casino.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Stacy Rost here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman today at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Church's Chicken is bringing even more flavor to the neighborhood with our Bremerton location, and we can't wait to share what we've been cooking up. So stop by and try our bold, juicy, flavor-to-the-bone fried chicken with all our only at Church's Fixins. Yeah, your newest fave is waiting with unbeatable deals and unmistakable crunch right here at the Church's Chicken in Bremerton on 4000 Wheaton Way. That's right. Come on down. Friends, family, and neighbors welcomed at 4000 Wheaton Way in Bremerton. See you soon. Church's.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mariners president of baseball ops, Jerry Dipoto, was on MLB Network yesterday. We played you one cut earlier of Jerry saying, look, we'd love to get back to, and we feel like we're going to get back to being this strong pitching team. Awesome. We've got a lot more sound to play here, though. First, Jerry Dipoto being asked whether or not the Mariners considered Rafael Devers.
Sure. And it wouldn't even naturally be limited to the last few days. But, players like that, they tend to go other places sometimes.
Players like that tend to go other places sometimes. Shocked overall that he was traded.
Well, I have to be honest. I was thrilled because we play the Red Sox for 3 starting tonight. Right. And, we don't have to face Rafi, who has historically been very good against us and in our ballpark. So phenomenal hitter. He's still very young. He does wonderful things. It was an unusual timing. It's just simply where we are in the baseball calendar. You typically don't see big trades like that. But, I think the Red Sox saw an opportunity and, so did the Giants. That's how trades are made. And my guess is that we will find out in the next couple of days, how much different the Sox pitching staff looks, which is the unkind part of this deal for us.
Am I the only one stuck on him saying players like that go other places sometimes?
Yeah, that was interesting to me.
Can I play it one more? It's 9 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go back to this guy.
Sure. And it wouldn't even naturally be limited to the last few days. But, players like that, they tend to go other places sometimes.
That is a shot at yourself, your organization, your ballpark, everything that has to do with the Mariners. You pretty much just took a shot at yourself with that. Players tend to go other places. Why? Why do they tend to go other places? We can look at the ballpark, right? The second hardest ballpark to hit in. Okay, I understand that. Maybe it's the way the organization is ran, how they accumulate talent. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's the relationships between the players and the higher-ups. Who knows? But you just shot yourself in the foot with that one.
I was kind of I couldn't tell if he was saying we, like many teams, don't have the coffers to take on that kind of contract. Like, that's what I thought he was alluding to. Like, players like that in the middle of a 10-year, $300+ million deal tend to go other places.
Or maybe he's taking a shot at ownership.
I couldn't tell.
And saying, look, they tend to go other places because we don't want to pick up those contracts.
Maybe it means nothing, but I have to be honest that I like you kind of paused. Yeah, I like to speculate. All right, let's get to the rest of what Jerry had to say here. Asked how he feels about Cal's season.
During the time, first 6 weeks of the season, when our offense was really clicking, Cal was there every night, picking up the runs, doing the big things that make, crooked numbers on the scoreboard. And during the time of the season, here in these last 3 or 4 weeks, when our offense has gone quiet, he's the one who comes up with a big hit that kind of gets something done. And he's a leader. He's very involved in the community. He's awesome in the clubhouse. He believes in what we do organizationally. And I really think that if you invest in players like we have in the core of this team, grow them from the minor leagues, promote them to the big leagues, they learn how to play and love playing with one another. Cal kind of embodies all of those things for us.
You want to invest in your own players, grow your own players from the minors, which I think is like fundamentally how they want to grow. Like they want to be a draft, develop, trade to add a little bit, but that those stars will ideally be your guys.
I mean, even if people don't want to hear it, that's probably the best way to sustain what you have going is to draft, develop, and hopefully re-sign your guys. But you do got to sprinkle in some outside talent as well. I think that just because of the history of the ball club, people are just tired of hearing that. They want to hear a message that conveys that we are going to be really aggressive. We do appreciate our talent. We do have talent here, but we also realize for us to take the next step, we got to go and get some talent. Other teams develop differently, right? The Dodgers will have some homegrown type of dudes, but for the most part, they're going to go buy themselves some talent. Their bank is a bit bigger. Every team that's won a World Series the last few years has done both. You got a bunch of talent that you've developed, and you got to go get some superstar talent as well. So I don't think he's wrong with that at all.
I got 2 more here. Let's first go to an update on Bryce Miller.
It's going to be about 4 to 6 weeks until we really have a good gauge on that. And we're hoping that he's responsive to the treatments this time. Obviously last time it didn't go great. And, we really just want to do the right thing by Bryce. We've done a very good job, I think, as an organization of maintaining pitcher health over the years. And then this year, it's all coming back on us. And the priority is just making sure that these guys are healthy for the long haul.
Between bat, bullpen arm, starter, where do you prioritize starter in your trade deadline kind of priorities, knowing Miller may not come back? Maybe he does have surgery.
It's not a priority to me.
3.
Yeah. I think you gotta go get a bat. You can help that bullpen out. But also, I was having a conversation with someone on the text lines yesterday, and we're talking, all right, well, where's the bullpen help going to come from, right? Brash can continue to grow, get healthy. Vargas has had his moments. You need one of the names that were popping at the beginning of the season that we didn't expect, like a Vargas, to kind of get back into that. But no, I'm going bat, bullpen, then we're looking at the starters.
Okay, last one here. Asked how he feels about what Julio's doing this year, specifically a trade-off of striking out less, but also slugging less.
Part of it is just the evolution of Julio. He wants to be a complete hitter, and every year he tries to pick up something new that he hadn't done before. He's playing his 24-year-old season. I said this before, our expectations of Julio are sky high for a reason. He's got amazing tools. He's a hard worker. He shows up. He does big things. I think as we enter this season, into his 24-year-old season, he's one of the 10 highest WAR players among center fielders in history through the age of 24. And he's trying to figure out who he is. He doesn't want to just be a power hitter. He wants to be a better hitter. He wants to reduce the strikeouts. I think periodically through this season, we've seen higher walk rates, then, lower. But one thing that's been pretty standard with Julio, July, August, and September are the months where he really rolls, and that's when you see the power. And I think we'll see it again.
God, I hope so. Please.
We talk about not applying pressure to Julio sometimes, but at the same time, that's exactly what we're doing. Because we always talk about in these months, he gets going. So if he does not take off in these months, and I think the rumbles will be a little louder, but I also think that people can also just come to peace with who Julio is if he doesn't go on that big run that we're hoping he goes on. But if he doesn't do that and you don't add, I don't think this team just glides into the playoffs. It's going to be a bit rough towards the end of the season.
Alternate read on that first cut. A listener says, I heard other places to mean like high-end players who are unhappy tend to be moved to other places. So players like that tend to go to other places sometimes. That's an interesting read.
Yep.
Yeah. It could really go either way because both are kind of true. Unhappy players tend to be moved, and also, man, do the Mariners have a hard time getting superstars sometimes. But an interesting kind of way to read into what Jerry's saying. It's a longer interview with MLB Network. Highly encourage you guys to check it out. We'll see if we have time to get back to a few cuts a bit later in the show. We are sticking with the Mariners. Jason Churchill joining us next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners plan for the trade deadline. You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at mazdaofeverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a Mariners fireworks show at Seattle's summer home, T-Mobile Park. It's a Mariners patriotic party. Thursday, July 3rd, presented by T-Mobile.
Fly ball right field. Sailing back. Gone! Legend, Cal Raleigh.
Catch Cal and the crew take on the Royals at 7:10. Then stick around as the sky explodes with red, white, and boom. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
J.P. Crawford with a walk-off single. Holy smokes, what a finish.
Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/fireworks and check out the full fireworks lineup this summer, including an 80s night on July 18th and Show Tunes theme on August 1st. Plus, don't miss big-time giveaways like patriotic trucker hats on July 4th and J.P. Crawford basketball jerseys on July 5th. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners were the first team to face a Rafael Devers Red Sox squad, but couldn't take advantage of it. Despite a phenomenal outing from Logan Gilbert, his first start since April 25th, the Red Sox won this one thanks to a career first home run from baseball's #1 prospect, Roman Anthony. Game 2 later today. OKC took a series lead over the Pacers in last night's Game 5. Jalen Williams dropped a playoff high 40 points. SGA added 31. Game 6 Thursday night in Indiana.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Talking baseball with Jason Churchill joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Church, how's it going?
Hey, pretty good. This is my kind of weather. We've talked about this before, guys, right?
We did.
This is it, right? This is
a
the
very
rain.
tiny window. What was it again? It was like 8 degrees.
Yeah, like I've tried to stretch it over the years. Like originally it was like this 4.5 degree, like range, and I've tried to, become a little
flexible,
bolder as I get a little older, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's not working, but I'm about at 6 degrees or so.
Well, maybe you could get out and watch some baseball. Mariners hoping to get a win. Game 2 against the Red Sox. Let's talk first about what we saw in Game 1. Loved what I saw from Logan. Some question marks with the offense. Jason, tell us what you saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I think the big thing there was Logan Gilbert's stuff looked really good, really, really good, because I saw 2 of his rehab starts, and I wasn't impressed. It looked like he was laboring a little bit, but he got it done yesterday. We saw that splitter was good. Fastball had zip on it. I think he got up to 98. I think that's the important thing, because that injury that he had that set him back, that pushed him out of the rotation there for a while and forced him to miss time, is a pretty dangerous one. It's one that you worry about until he puts that in the rear view, months into the rear view. So it's good to see that the arm strength is there, that the stuff is there, because in rehab didn't really have that. So that was really good to see. I think that's the most important thing. I know they'll end up losing the game, on Monday, but 4 hits, that's certainly not good. But getting Gilbert back pretty much all the way to where he was, a year ago, or at least really close to it, is really important, because I think we know that they're going to go out and they're going to make moves at the deadline as long as they stay in this. But you're not going to completely fix a bad lineup. So they need that starting pitching to serve as the foundation of who they are and how they win games, no matter what they do at the trade deadline.
Church, how you feeling about the rotation now? I mean, coming in yesterday's game with Logan, I didn't expect 10 Ks. I'm like, man, just look good, get out healthy. Kirby having 14 his last start. We'll see Wu today. Are you starting to feel like they can get back to what they used to be?
I think the door is open for that, but they got to get Bryce Miller back, and they got to get him going. And there's some question marks about that as well. That's a different injury than Logan Gilbert was dealing with, and it's not as risky for Bryce Miller to try to pitch through that as it would have been Logan, because it's on the other side of the elbow. But at some point, if they just determine, hey, he's not going to be able to do this without having that, cutting that open and getting it removed, the sooner you do that, the better. That's an injury that in some cases you can be back in a couple of months. So, for example, if he had that procedure today, you'd think he'd be back in mid-August, or at least, certainly before the season is over. But if you just continue to try to do what they're doing, so there's a risk there. It's not an easy decision to make, and the medical people will advise them. But Bryce Miller is key to all this, because if it's not Bryce Miller, if it's not the 5 that you planned on, there's a lot of Emerson Hancock and a lot of Logan Evans, which is fine. They've done a pretty good job. But the advantage the Mariners had was on any given night, they had an advantage on the mound with the starting pitcher, and that's the biggest impact you can make. Their number 5 starter and their number 4 starter is better than just about everybody else's. And right now they don't really have that mix, partially because of injury and guys have been out, but partially because not everybody has looked right. Luis Castillo's just a little off still. He's been pretty good lately. We'll see. George Kirby's still trying to get back. He was brilliant 2 starts ago. Not so great last time out. We'll see what happens with Logan. Bryce Miller hasn't been right. Brian Wu has been the one that's been really good pretty much the entire season. So I think that I'm optimistic that door is open for them to kind of get back to where they were a year ago, 2 years ago, and be the foundation. But Logan Gilbert is the key, to all of that, and getting him back and seeing what he did last night is certainly promising.
Let's say that hypothetically we do hear that Bryce Miller is going to undergo surgery, and now we're looking at, an August, kind of end of August return or what have you. Does that change your view of this team's priorities at the deadline?
I don't think so. I think I would look at this from a window standpoint, from a winning window standpoint. I have 2, 3, 4, 5 years with this core to win. So I need to build the team to win with this core. And so I would still think about Bryce Miller or anybody who might be on the IL at that point as part of next year's plan and part of the year after. So I'm not going out on the market right now and spending the assets. You don't want to throw your entire farm system into the trade deadline, right? So you want to minimize that as much as you can. If you need 2 hitters like this team does, because they need 2 hitters. I think we all know they need 2 hitters. They need a guy at third base and either someone in the outfield or someone at first base to kind of take over and be an everyday guy that's above board, that's consistent. They don't have to be stars, but you'd like to get some impact at 2 of those spots. To go out and do that and then go out and have to get a starting pitcher as well. I mean, I think you're okay with Hancock and Logan Evans, filling that 5 spot. Now, if you were going to be without 2 of your starters, you might decide, let's go out and get a veteran. Let's go out and get a mid-rotation veteran that can help us out the rest of this year. But I think if it's just 1, I think you can deal with that and you spend your assets on that offense. And then I think they need at least 1 guy in the bullpen as well. So I'm a bat bullpen arm trade deadline guy right now for this club.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. And speaking of the bullpen, what's the status on Matt Brash? Where do you think he is? Is there still more left for him to do? You think he's in a good place? Just say a report card on Brash.
Yeah, I think he's looked good. He reinvented himself a little bit there for a little while, but lately, going with more 2-seamer, throwing that kick change and then throwing the curveball slider and doing a lot of east-west as well. But the last couple of times out, it's been a little bit more traditional Matt Brash throwing just a lot of breaking balls, and it's a really good one. So I think he's looked really good. That's the thing. When you come back from Tommy John, you just don't really know exactly, how guys are going to respond. I mean, he hasn't allowed a run yet, has he? Is that what we're looking at with Matt Brash, where he's been back since early May and still hasn't allowed a run? I mean, that's pretty crazy. He's giving up a couple of hard hits. The strikeouts seem to be there. I don't know that he's 100% quite yet, in terms of performance, but it seems like his arm is there because he's throwing awfully hard, getting the spin rates on those breaking balls. I love what he's done, that he's kind of added to his arsenal with being able to throw that changeup a little bit and throwing both fastballs, throwing a lot of 2-seamers and going east-west on guys. I'm a big fan. I think if he becomes available to do a back-to-back, to kind of where he was before the injury, your bullpen's in a much better place. They're still going to need a guy down there to help out Andres Munoz, to help out Gabe Spire and Matt Brash on the back end, and I don't think they have that in their organization right now. But Matt Brash seems to be in a good place in terms of how he's performing. They are taking it easy with them, though. No back-to-backs, or when it is a back-to-back, it's 1 batter or 2 batters. But I think they can fight through that. I think they can get back to where he's just, good old Matt Brash, and you can just go to him whenever you need him. He looks really good.
Let's talk a little bit more about the trade deadline. Jason, I'm fascinated by just how difficult this is going to have to be. You can't really tell outside of a team like Colorado or maybe Baltimore who's going to be a seller. And then within those clubs, it's like, well, who do you want? Who fits your team? So and I agree with you, and I know Bump does too, where we're looking at add a bat, ideally 2, and then add to that bullpen. When you're looking at the profile of the bats you want to add, with so few true sellers and so little talent, do you just look for hey, who's got the best guy? Or is there maybe a specific type of profile, a position that you think would really be a boost for this club?
I was always taught beggars can't be choosers.
That's
kind of
what
I think
I'm worried about.
I think you have your preferences. I do. I think you look at some of those teams that are going to, be available to talk. The Marlins, the Pirates, the Rockies, the White Sox. We'll see what happens with the Orioles. They've been a little better lately, but 11 games under 500. That situation doesn't look great right now. But did the Nationals get into that? They're 12 games under 500. They're obviously not going to win this year, but they're an interesting team because they're not that pure seller that we would think of, when we think of the Rockies or the White Sox, because they're coming out of their rebuild. They're like where the Mariners were in 2020 and like heading into 2021, where they don't want to sell off any of their good pieces really unless they're rentals, because they think they got a real good chance next year to compete. Whether the Rockies think that or not, or the Pirates or the Marlins think that or not, I would doubt it. Certainly the White Sox. And the A's, I think, are going to be interesting. They're in division, so that does make it a little bit tougher. There's usually a division tax when you make trades like that. But Jerry Dipoto has made deals with the A's before, and they have a player or two that might be able to help, Seattle, to some extent. So as far as profiling a hitter, again, beggars can't be choosers. I still love the idea of, hey, where are the Diamondbacks right now? They're 36 and 35, but they have to pass 4 teams to get into the wild card chase. What happens between now and the deadline? Because there's a couple of players on that Diamondbacks club that Seattle might want to, call them about, including Eugenio Suarez at third base. I think third base is a must get. I think right now we stare at the defense and the batting average of Ben Williamson, which looks fine, but the guy's getting on base about 28% of the time. That's a lot of outs at the bottom of your lineup. And while I like the player, he can't be your everyday guy at third base after the trade deadline. If that happens, it's a fail at the deadline. That has to be the priority.
Church, I think that when it comes to the trade deadline, the team might sell the public on Randy and Luke coming back as, okay, that's our big move, and then we're going to add a little bit here. And this season has been up and down, right? The offense has been banging, and then it's slowed down. The pitching has been suspect, then it's come back around. If they were to make that approach, if they were just to say, look, Robles and Luke are our guys, we'll add a little sprinkle there. Is that enough for this team to still be in the wild card race?
It probably is to be in the race, but if you're really truly looking to add to your club. I mean, do we really know when Victor Robles is going to be able to come back? It sounds like it's possibly September. So, if there's a risk that it's September, there's also the risk that there's a setback and he doesn't play the rest of the year. Yeah. Luke Raley's not an everyday guy. I think we know that. He's had some opportunities to hit left-handed pitching. He hasn't done it. I think you look at Luke Raley, kind of the way they're using Rowdy Tellez for the most part. Like when there's a lefty out there, he's not going to get a whole lot of the bats. So you need somebody to take those at-bats against left-handed pitching at the very least in right field when Luke Raley comes back. He looks pretty good so far down at Tacoma, but he's not a guy that's going to stand in there against, good lefties and produce for you, and you need somebody that's going to do that.
Leaning now on Future Star Series, I think that there is, and sometimes, Jason, full disclosure, I fall into this kind of like instant gratification pool of like trade anyone from the farm because I'm desperate to win now. As someone who's so glued into this farm system and not just that, but into the importance of those prospects and building sustainable clubs, how do you balance that? Like, are there, for instance, prospects you wouldn't touch? How do you think, how easy or difficult do you think it'll be to trade prospects at the trade deadline?
To be honest with you, that's my one, complaint about the front office. I know they've been under ridiculous restrictions, last-second changes to plans heading into off seasons. Yeah. I've defended the front office a little bit. Not that they haven't made mistakes, but that's the one thing. I think there has been a little bit of, prospect hoarding because they didn't like the price. Well, sometimes to win at the major league level, it's got to hurt. It's got to hurt your farm system. You got to be like, dang, I didn't really – when they traded Noelvi Marte and Edwin Arroyo and they made those deals with the Reds for Castillo and Winker and Suarez, it hurt a little bit. But you got Luis Castillo, and he's been really good for you, and he was a big reason why you broke the drought a couple of years ago. So it's just going to hurt. I don't think they have an untouchable in the system. I know a lot of people love Feldine Celestin. A lot of people love Colt Emerson, and those are my top 2 prospects as well in the organization. But you have to think ahead, and you have to think, yes, it's going to hurt, But does it have to be, do we have to trade like a future potential star to get these players? When they made the deal for Randy Rosarina, for example, he didn't have a great early part of the season, but he really started to hit again and look like himself. And they gave up guys that were ranked in the system, you know, somewhere between 8 and 15 to get him. You know, I think there are more deals like that to make. Even for non-rentals, I think you can get away with staying away from your top players. But I'm not a big fan of this guy's untouchable, because even if you have the best prospect in baseball, like when the Red Sox had Roman Anthony before they called him up, you're telling me that if the Mets call and said, hey, we'll give you Francisco Lindor, that you're going to say you can't have Roman Anthony? I mean, of course not, right? There's a price. There's a price for everything, and it just depends on what you can get. If someone calls Seattle and says, hey, we're willing to solve your right field problem, we're willing to solve your bullpen problem, and both of those players are controlled through next year, you're telling me that you're just going to put this label on Celestin and Emerson? Yeah, I got to know who those players are and what kind of impact they're going to bring, because if I get them for 2 pennant races, I might have to be in. I might have to pull the trigger. I might have to be bold. The whole point of the farm system is to help your team win, whether it's trade or get to the big leagues and solve a long-term problem. I'm not saying they're going to have to move one of those top 2-3 guys, but you have to be willing to have those conversations, or you're just not going to get anywhere in trades.
Good stuff from Jason Churchill at Prospect Insider on X. If you guys have more questions for Jason. Thanks, Jason.
Church.
Thanks. I'm going to go run around in the perfect weather.
Please do. Please do. Have fun.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's one of the best all-around athletes to play in the NFL that no one actually knows about?
Nobody knows about this guy. He was with the Falcons this past year, this offseason. His name is Jared Bernhardt. He won the Terrence Award at Maryland as the best lacrosse player in the world, Craig, not just playing the country. Then he transfers to Ferris State, and there he passed for 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns, rushed for 1,400 and 26 touchdowns, and was the Intercollegiate Conference Player of the Year. Then he goes undrafted to the Falcons, just decided to step down and go play professional lacrosse. Nobody talks about this guy. I just found out about him. I love these type of stories, man. He was at the top of his game in college at lacrosse, goes and plays football, undrafted free agent. I think he played like 1 or 2 games or something like that, and now he's going back to lacrosse, man. So whenever I can find somebody like this who's just a great athlete that no one really knows about, you got to highlight him. So Jared Bernhardt, like that dude.
Good for him too. I always really have a ton of respect for people who are not just to try to keep like football or basketball careers going, but like playing lacrosse, rugby, a sport where you're like, there are pro leagues certainly, but like it's just hard. Like it's so hard to keep it going. Yeah. Like all due respect for someone that's like, this is what I'm passionate about.
And there's some crossover. We've seen there was a Hogan, I believe, that played for the Patriots a few years back. He was a lacrosse guy out of North Carolina, plays for the Patriots. When you're playing a field sport like lacrosse, they'll find a spot for you. You can be a running back, receiver.
Golden State Warriors have a guy, Pat Spencer. One of the greatest collegiate lacrosse players of all time.
There you go, lacrosse, man. Good foundational sport, footwork, all that stuff. I like it.
Second down. Seahawks have signed an offensive lineman. Should we be excited?
Nah, I mean, it's nice for them to sign this dude. Luke Felix Faolalo. I hope I'm saying that right. Faolalo, he transferred to Hawaii, played in 11 games in 2023. Injuries had him in 2024. But here's the thing. Imagine if they can hit out of this young man, Felix, maybe Michael Jarrell, and add another name in there who we don't expect to do much, maybe Sundell or something like that. If they can find not even a starter, but a solid backup in one of those 3 pieces, then what Mike McDonald preaches is going to be true, which is they want to develop guys, and you develop these young offensive linemen. You got a different scheme over there. No, I like this signing. He was in the rookie mini camp. Don't know much about him, but again, it gives me something else to look forward to. I'm going to look for the development of guys like him, Jarrell, and Sundell, and see if you can hit on one of those. You can hit on one of these guys, then your philosophy is true. You're adding depth to your offensive line. I don't expect much out of him. Big ups to the Aussie. He's from Australia, so now Ryan Rowland has somebody he can cheer for or whatnot. But no, it's an interesting move. We'll see what happens, and let's see if he develops.
Third down. What do you like about the young talent on the Seahawks roster?
Yeah, I was going back and just looking at the foundational pieces that they have. And the last 3 years, they've drafted pretty well. According to who you talk to in 2023, They had a B+, A- draft grade. In 2024, he had a C+. In 2025, he had an A, A-. Out of those drafts, AJ from last year played in 45% of snaps. Murphy played a lot. Knight played a lot. Haynes played a little bit. He might play more this year. Year before that, you got a Pro Bowler in Spoon. You got JSM. You got Derek Hall. You got Moffitt. You got other guys. In 2022, you got Cross, Moffitt, Walker, Lucas, Bryant, Woolen. If it doesn't happen within the next year or so, I'm going to be disappointed because there are some foundational pieces. And then this year, right, you're expecting Grace Abel to start. You're expecting Emma Ward to start. Elijah Arroyo is a guy, a silent sleeper that people are talking about. You got Robbie, the fullback over there. I just looked at the last 3 or 4 drafts, and there are a lot of starters on the football field. So if you're able to have success this year, you get to 10 wins, maybe you sneak into the playoffs. The future is looking really good for these guys. But what's the most important part we're looking at? It's the quarterback spot. You got all of these pieces. You drafted O-line, D-line, linebacker, secondary, wideouts. I mean, you've made all these moves. But if you can't hit at the quarterback, then you're going to have to shift a little bit. But I just like the foundation of the team right now. You have around, 9 to 11 starters if you count both sides of the football over these last few drafts. That is a great start. But we're going to have to win some ball games. Starts with the quarterback. I just like the pieces around them right now.
4th down. What do you like about the Seahawks schedule?
I love that you get the Niners early and you get them late. Because the last few years, I felt like we played them like back-to-back weeks. In 2024, it was 3 to 4 weeks apart. In 2023, you were 2 weeks apart. And the reason why I like this is because you get a shot at a contender. You guys get to match up early, see what you're made of, go through the full season. People are hurt. You got to adjust. You got film on those guys. And then you end the season with the 49ers as well. Last year, I felt like the Rams were close together. Just spread the divisional opponents out a little bit. All right, let us go through some other divisions and play those guys. And let's be able to adjust and get better and work that way. I hate it when it's so close.
Me too.
I'm like, come on, we're playing the same team. It's like there's been no change. There's been no real development going on. So I like that you got the Niners early, you got them late, and gives you a chance to grow and kind of see what they're doing.
Yeah, it's one thing if it's like a really, really bad divisional opponent, which you really never know with the West. Like everyone's got a bit of a counterpunch, but like, you know, if you were in a horrible division and you're like, here we go.
Yep.
We're going to do this. We got the Browns. We got the Giants back-to-back weeks. I know they're different divisions. That's a different thing. You're like, we could stack some wins maybe. When you're like, it's week 8, you're banged up. You're going to face the 49ers, and then you're going to face them again for Thursday Night Football 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
It's
hard.
Horrible.
It's hard out there.
Yeah. I don't want any of that. It's always just weird on the schedule.
Yeah, last year we played them. Or in 2023, we played the Niners on Thursday night, and then a week later, you play Dallas, and then you play them again on Sunday. It's like,
was there
give us room to grow.
2 teams, Curtis, maybe you know, or Bump, maybe you remember, were there, I swear it was the Vikings and Lions, maybe, 2 teams that played each other back-to-back weeks? I know you're not... There was some kind of quirk, I swear.
In the regular season?
Maybe it was
I don't know if
wild card. Maybe you're right.
It might have been like week 18 and then the wild card.
Maybe it was week 18 and then a wild card matchup. Okay, that's probably what it was. So I was like, why don't they play each other? But I swear, in my memory, are 2 teams facing each other essentially back-to-back weeks.
Last year, the Hawks played the Cardinals week 12 and played them again week 14.
I don't like that.
Spread it out.
I don't like it. Behind every massive trade is a massive story. There's absolutely one out there in Boston, a detailed report on the dysfunction in the Red Sox front office coming up next.
Logan Gilbert dazzles in his return.
Swing and a miss. He waves at a splitter. Strike 3. Strikeout number 10 for Logan Gilbert.
But the Mariners come up short in the series opener against the Red Sox.
We were able to get some traffic, just not able to get them in tonight.
Tonight, the Mariners turn to Brian Wu, looking to even the series at 1 apiece. First pitch at 6:40. Wyman and Bob take you up to pregame at 5:30 on Seattle Sports. Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Do you have a car you want to sell, but you just don't want to go through all the hassle? I don't blame you. With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people just aren't comfortable selling their own car. So what do you do if you want to get the most money for your car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your used car and pay you right up front for it, but once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from friends is, well, what's the catch? but there isn't one. Here's how it works. The program means that Wayscar Ford saves money by not traveling to buy cars at auction, which means not paying purchase fees, not paying shipping fees, not paying travel expenses. You get it. Now they can just share that saved money with you, their customer, rather than outside vendors. It's a win-win. They encourage you to shop around, but look, if Wayscar Ford can pay the same or more as competitors and share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you go anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers. It's only at Wayscar Ford in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry, Terry.
Keep awkwardly
Terry,
chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it.
Woo!
Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and great news. This August, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel is finally opening. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience at snocasino.com. Breathtaking views of the Cascades in Snoqualmie Valley, an expanded non-smoking gaming floor, awesome destination spa, a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yes, new food venues, restaurants as well. You can book at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with no credit financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing is available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Ready for some summer hoops? Register your team for the July 12th and 13th Everett 3-on-3 tournament presented by Boeing. 4 players to a team, 2 days of exciting action, 1 incredible tournament. Players of all ages and abilities are encouraged to come out and play. Go to everett3on3.net today and sign up your team. That's everett3on3.net. A special thank you to event major sponsors Amazon, City of Everett, Snohomish County TPA, and Tulalip Resort Casino.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about on your own timeline. This one is making the rounds. You may not have read it yet. It's from Yahoo Sports by June Lee. There's a lot of, it's a longer read. It's really good and worth your time, but we're just going to read you some excerpts. June had the most detailed report yet on the dysfunction in the Red Sox front office. Some of the standout details are thus. First, that Rafael Devers did not like the team asking Christian Campbell to learn first base, after he declined. So it says, Devers was upset when the rookie Campbell volunteered to play first this season, interpreting it as a slight to his own stature. In the end, though, Devers was still hitting and ready to move past the early season drama. Breslow saw things differently, though. A slugger as a problem that needed to be solved. For him, the trust was gone, and now so is Devers. I will say I still think Devers is in the wrong there.
Yeah, you do what your team needs you to do. Mm-hmm. It's a team sport. Yes, you are a professional. You want to be comfortable at your position. But listen, you're getting paid a lot of money to provide a service. And if you have to adjust, then you have to adjust. I just saw something, Bo Melton, I believe. Bo Melton is now a DB in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Why? Maybe opportunity. And the team just asked, hey, we see some skills. Can you go ahead and get some reps over there?
Yep.
We need some depth. So you got to go back to the essence of team sports when you were a child, is you do whatever your coach asks you to for the better of your team. And I think sometimes that is lost, especially in baseball when it's so specific, position specific. It's lost sometimes, and you end up in situations like this.
Much of the drama circulates around chief baseball officer, for lack of, I'm just brevity, I'm going to call him a GM, Craig Breslow, namely that he's just running it like a very Wall Street-esque approach. That has worked for some organizations. For instance, there's a fantastic book out on the Houston Astros and the cheating scandal that says part of what led to them building up this like monster of a team was this kind of cutthroat approach. Mm-hmm. So maybe that sort of Wall Street-esque vibe has permeated through a couple baseball front offices, but it's just not working for the Red Sox right now, and it's leading to a really cold environment. In May 2024, Breslow fired a scouting supervisor after the supervisor was heard on a hot mic during a Zoom call saying, "Thanks, Breslow, you blanking stiff." So he did not know his mic was on in the Zoom call. So, but again, worth firing someone over? I don't think so. I think that's you issue a warning and you just keep it moving.
Nope.
No?
If your mic is on and you are disrespecting superiors, you get fired. You got to make sure that mic is off. Make sure that camera's off. So, and who else heard this? It's just like, listen.
The whole call.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine being in a call, Stacy, and we're on our call with our superiors, and you think your mic and your camera's off, and you say that about someone upstairs, you think you're just going to be able to come to work the next day?
No,
and everything's all
I don't
dandy?
think I'd be fired. Most companies, I don't think, it's discipline. They say, hey, first of all, we're going to write you up for that. Maybe you're suspended, and then we're going to have an HR meeting where you tell me what your deal is, and you understand you don't talk to supervisors that way.
I've fired coaches on my football staffs for disrespectful things. He gone.
What about one thing?
He gone. And that's what we don't know too.
Yeah, that's
Is this
true.
the first one, or what else is going on there?
Okay.
Somebody, I didn't put this on the show sheet, but somebody compiled the amount of times that Craig Breslow and team president Sam Kennedy mentioned the word alignment in their press conference.
Oh, God.
It's 48 seconds in length.
We couldn't find alignment.
You failed to reach alignment.
In terms of what was missing, it just was that alignment. We didn't get to the alignment that we needed. I thought we'd ultimately get to a place of complete alignment.
And like Sam said, ultimately we weren't able to achieve that alignment.
You can't find alignment with someone you've got a long-term commitment to. There's blame to go around on all sides when you can't get to alignment.
If I can just jump in, just to follow up.
Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
Failing to reach that alignment. Ultimately, as Sam has pointed out, this kind of lack of alignment, we fail to reach that alignment.
We thought we had alignment, and when we came to the conclusion that we did not have a full alignment, we moved on.
There we go.
Do you know how much I would have cried laughing if he ended it by saying, and it's not a consignment.
You can't have a consignment without alignment.
Without alignment, I always say that.
14 times, at least in that clip I counted. Yeah, I might have missed one.
Something tells me
what was it about?
Yeah.
What was it about?
Something tells me some messaging when it comes to this organization. We want to have alignment. Breslow and manager Alex Cora reportedly aren't aligned on how to build a roster. Cora now in win now mode. Breslow wants to build a sustained winner. You can hardly blame a manager for feeling pressure to win now. He's going to get fired if they don't win.
Yep.
So he's doing things like, instead of putting this rookie in like a lefty situation or whatever, I'm going to put in a veteran who I just trust a little bit more. And the front office, Breslow, wants Cora to use these rookies more often, even though that might cost at times this team a game. So,
yeah, that's the tough part as a manager is you know what's best for the squad. And what's best for the squad long term is probably to develop these young guys. So years from now, this organization is in a place to where they're expected to win championships. His deal is, I might not be here for that. So to save my job, I'm going to go with something that is proven, and I can understand that as a manager. It's up to the guys up top to reassure him, look, if you go about it this way and you handle things the way we want you to, we're going to take care of you. You know, it's almost like, I don't know, Jerry's been taken care of here for years now, right? When everyone's been calling for his job or whatnot, but him and ownership are in alignment, right? They're in alignment. So I think that they're in alignment because he only has X amount to spend. Then he also knows that this is the philosophy. This is how we have to move forward. There's no alignment with Cora and the guys upstairs.
JD in the 509 text. So is there an alignment problem, or you just want to say what happens there? All right, next story here in the timeline. How cool would throwing a no-hitter in an elimination game in the College World Series feel? Arkansas pitcher Gage Wood tossed the first no-no in Omaha in 6 years on Monday.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss! Greatness from Gage! A no-hitter!
Greatness from Gage.
Greatness from Gage.
That's a bar.
He almost had a perfect game, but he hit a batter on the foot. If he didn't hit him on the foot
in the 8th inning,
he was almost there, man. But that's cool, man. And the celebration afterwards was awesome. That's one of the things I love about sports, especially college sports, even though it's moving towards a professional type of feel, is that these are just young kids out there living out their dreams. And for him to do that in that moment is special.
Have you ever played MLB.com's Beat the Streak contest? Here's how it works. You have to pick a different hitter each day to get a hit. And if you beat Joe DiMaggio's streak of 56 games, you win $5.6 million. Which sounds, well, it doesn't sound easy, but one user had a 50-game streak, 6 games shy, a 50-game streak going into Monday. He picked A's shortstop Jacob Wilson, who was hitting.
That's the guy.
Yes, who was hitting 367. Unfortunately, Wilson did not get a hit. He went 0 for 4. His last at-bat would have been ruled a hit had the A's runner not been thrown out at second.
Here's the pitch. Popped up, and it'll be shallow. And in a tough spot. No man's land for Cam Smith. They're going to get the out at second as Schumann had to hold up. But with Smith, Altuve, and Christian Walker converging on it, no one could quite get to it.
That's a great pick. I mean, that's all he does is hit for contact. 362 OPS and 901 in the month of June. His slash is 431, 434, 549. I mean, this was the pick. I bet he just locked this in and said, I don't even have to watch this game because Jacob's going to do his thing. But that's unfortunate.
I'm going to enter us into the Beat Streak contest. We
split the $5.6 million pot.
We split the $5.6 million. Obviously, I'm going to take 60%. You guys split the remaining 40%.
I just need like 10.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll just go ahead and let's pick our first player today. Who are we picking?
Jacob Wilson.
Jacob Wilson, yes.
We want to get out to a great start.
Yeah,
he's guaranteed to have a hit.
Okay, so we're gonna go Jacob Wilson for our first one.
There we go. He'll have like 4 hits in there.
Yeah, in the spirit of the game. Let's see. Scores ongoing right now. When are the A's playing? They're playing
tonight
7 against the Astros.
Yeah.
I'm feeling okay.
I'm feeling good about it.
I'm feeling good about
Let's
our
go.
first pick. Let's just consider ourselves 1-0. That's exactly what's happening. All right. We are going to kind of skim over MLB's trade market. Not a lot of pure sellers right now, but we've got a list of potential names. Who would you actually want from the league's worst teams? Some interesting options here. That's coming up next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline. You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Tyrese live at Muckleshoot Event Center, Sunday, July 13th, 8 p.m. You've seen him on the screen. You've heard him on the radio. Now see him live for an unforgettable night. Get tickets before they sell out at MuckleshootCasino.com. Tyrese, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hey 12s, Steve Rabel here, voice of your Seattle Seahawks. The wait is over, and tickets are on sale now for our historic 50th season. This season is going to be legendary, with past, present, and future colliding at Lumen Field. Get your tickets today at Seahawks.com/tickets.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Very baseball heavy today. We got the dugout coming up at 1. Shannon Dreyer, Gary Hill going to join us. Obviously, Alex Mayer. And then, we're going to take another listen to what we felt was the most interesting thing from our conversation with Jason, a point he made that we really loved, coming up at noon. And right now, we're going to take a look at the sellers or potential sellers at the trade deadline. One of the most common questions that not only that we get on the show, that all the shows get and that people are having right now is who's actually selling? Who's actually available?
Mm-hmm.
Like if we're talking about how to fix this team, well, God, an expanded playoffs where a team even below 500 could go, well, maybe we're in it. Who's actually going to sell? So wrote down a couple teams that feel like they're going to be sellers. And then a couple names. And Curtis has a couple points to make about some of them. You and I are just going to decide if we're interested.
Okay.
If we're sold on this idea. Okay. So the first and most obvious one is going to be going to the Orioles. The Orioles are going to have some of the best options should they actually decide to be sellers, which I think they should, frankly. It's in my best interest for the Orioles to lose a ton and decide to be sellers at the deadline. Bump, it's also the most popular name tied to this team with Ryan O'Hearn.
Is Curtis going first, or are we going?
Oh, Curtis, do you have anything you want to pitch from this team outside of O'Hearn,
including
O'Hearn?
That's the guy on Baltimore's roster that if the Mariners want to go out and get, I think everybody would be in agreement that that is a bat that could help you out, especially because he's hitting at an all-star level clip. 881 OPS, 10 home runs, 306 batting average. Mariners could definitely use a bat like that.
Yeah, sounds good. O'Hearn's been the name that that's been connected to this club the most. I'm still looking at infield help though. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you don't pass up
first base.
You put him at first?
Yeah, you could play him at first.
All right, well, there we go. Sold.
Bump's made a deal. Bump's already made a trade. They're also going to be maybe shopping Cedric Mullins, an outfielder, maybe reliever Felix Bautista. I don't really know what's happening there. I know we're eyeing a reliever. Curtis looked at Colorado and willed himself into finding someone he would want to trade.
Had to look through the muck, look through the mud in Colorado, and the only name that really jumped out to me is relief pitcher Jake Bird, who has had a really good season this year despite being a Colorado Rocky. He's got a whip, or he's got a WAR right now of 1.7, which puts him among the very best relievers by that metric. A 2.23 ERA in 30 games pitched, 40 innings out of the bullpen. 29 years old. He probably will be, my guess is, the most in-demand Colorado Rocky at the trade deadline, just because there's just nobody on that roster right now. So, and the Mariners could absolutely use more help in that bullpen.
I'm sold on Jake Bird.
I'm all for a bullpen arm. And I feel like we can get him for the cheap. What do you think? What do you think we'll require to get this Mr. Bird.
I mean, relief pitchers they're the most in demand at the trade deadline, but you're also not going to have to sell the farm for them. I would guess maybe one prospect for him could get the deal done, maybe two. I'm not talking like top 100 guys either. I'm talking like, guys who have shown potential but are more of a project. Because I'm just kind of going off of last year at the trade deadline. There were no top 100 prospects moved, so I don't know if teams are willing to give up a ton for maybe 1-2 years of service for your ball club.
A question from the 509.
Please ask that question.
Yeah. Any shot for James Wood from the Nationals?
No.
That's a wish upon a star.
Yeah, I don't think so
That's a
either.
make-a-wish right there.
I do think that if you were looking for first base help with Josh Bell, but he's not having a great season. There's a reliever there, Kyle Finnegan, who's older but fine numbers.
You don't trade 22-year-old players that are OPSing 928.
While I love,
he's really good.
Where your heart is, I don't think that we're gonna see that.
I like that you're trying to improve the Mariners.
That would be so fun.
I am here for that. What I need is
don't know if that's realistic.
Yeah, I need to be like the Jonah Hill's character in Moneyball, where my big board is just his name's Aaron Judge. We're gonna trade for him. This guy, his name's Paul Skeens. Here's what he's great at: everything. Let's see. There are a couple names with the Angels. I just don't think a trade with the Angels is going to happen.
Nah, they ain't doing that.
No. What do you feel about Geno Suarez or Josh Naylor coming here from the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, that'd be great, but I don't think the Backs are going to do that. They're still in it. Were they one game below 500 or one above 500?
And you got to consider, what if the Devers trade works out for the Giants and you just keep pushing the Diamondbacks down? Like, what if they look and they go, it's a 3-horse race. We're not touching that.
Yeah, I mean, Church made a good point, though. They have a few more teams to get through to get to that wild card spot. But I think that they're in the hunt. And, there have been rumors that they're not selling. They're buying. So unless something drastic happens in the next week or so, I don't think they're going to give those guys up.
I've seen, let's see, we wrote down, we had Marlins nothing. But Nelson and Kent says Anthony Bender and Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins.
I don't feel like either of those guys are going to be difference makers. I mean, Sanchez, Passan said it himself in the interview with Brock and Salk today. Like, he's about as league average as he gets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not really somebody that's going to tilt the scales one way or another.
Geno Suarez is a difference maker. Going back to the Diamondbacks, he's one of the home run leaders. What's he have, 20, 21, 22 home runs? I know you got to swallow pride,
baby.
But it takes two.
But
it takes two. But
Jerry has made a lot of trades in the past where he has reacquired a guy he's given up. Like, that is something he has done a few times, not just like once or twice, but I would say like 6 or 7 times in his tenure here in Seattle. He has reacquired guys that he's already dealt.
And that's the problem with what you're looking at with the trade deadline now is if your ask is impact bat, there's just not a ton.
Yeah, and the Backs, they're 3 games behind in the wild card spot. I mean, if they were rocking with the Nationals at 9.5, Miami 10.5. Right now, I don't think they're doing it, but who knows what the future holds.
If you could only have one, would you rather get Geno or Naylor?
I mean, my gut says
I'll go Geno.
I think Geno.
Yeah.
He's a known commodity around here.
Yeah. What about you, Naylor?
I think they need a first baseman more than they need a third baseman.
I mean, well, Jason seems to think that if you have Ben Williamson as your everyday third baseman post-trade deadline, it was a failed trade deadline. Like, he just doesn't have as much faith in him there. Though you're right in that.
How's he been defensively, though? Made a heck of a catch yesterday.
He's been great.
Yeah, that was a great catch.
His glove is amazing.
I don't think you're wrong. First base is just a massive question mark right now. Like, you got some pop with Rowdy coming off the bench, but you have no everyday
There's just
first
no consistency.
Yeah. The infield turns out still a problem very much for this team. Turns out the thing that was the biggest question mark heading into spring training remains a question mark for this team. But hey, some opportunities to address it. So again, we narrowed it to the Rockies clearly as sellers, maybe the Marlins, Nationals, Pirates, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa we didn't mention. Andrew Heaney's a starter there, reliever, David Bednar, and Dennis Santana with the Pirates. Angels probably going to be a seller, just not happening. One of the few teams that the Mariners have never made a trade for under Jerry DiPoto. Diamondbacks and Rays are in this weird zone where the Rays are kind of always sellers, buyers. maybe they make a move, and the Diamondbacks are just kind of actively rooting against, because if you want power for this lineup, that's your best bet. Unfortunately, they're still kind of in it, but mention them just being, 3 games back of a wild card right now.
I'm going earn a bird, wish list, Gino. Diamondbacks lose games. Those are my 3.
I feel like you just want Jake Bird because his name is Jake Bird.
Bird. Bird is the word. Let's go. Go get him.
2025 MLB All-Star ballots open. Cal, Julio, JP, and the crew need your help to secure a spot at this year's Midsummer Classic in Atlanta. You can vote up to 5 times per day every day through June 26th at MLB.com/vote. Hype train coming up at 12:15.
Logan Gilbert dazzles in his return.
Swing and a miss. He waves at a splitter. Strike 3. Strikeout number 10 for Logan Gilbert.
But the Mariners come up short in the series opener against the Red Sox.
We were able to get some traffic, just not able to get him in tonight.
Tonight, the Mariners turn to Brian Wu, looking to even the series at 1 apiece. First pitch at 6:40. Wyman and Bob take you up to pregame at 5:30 on Seattle Sports. Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PenderGastLaw.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and great news this August. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel is finally opening. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience at snocasino.com. Breathtaking views of the Cascades in Snoqualmie Valley, an expanded non-smoking gaming floor, awesome destination spa, a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yes, new food venues, restaurants as well. You can book at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners were the first team to face a Rafael Devers Red Sox squad. They couldn't take advantage of it, though. Despite a phenomenal outing from Logan Gilbert, his first since April 25th, the Red Sox won this one thanks to a career-first home run from baseball's #1 prospect, Roman Anthony. OKC took a series lead over the Pacers in last night's Game 5, Game 6, Thursday in Indiana.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. If there's one thing you'd like to see this front office change, Bump, you have a lot of choices, but what would one thing be?
Front office change?
Yeah.
Just their aggressiveness.
Okay.
You know, when it comes to acquiring talent via trade, because we know that Seattle's not a destination spot when it comes to batters.
Yeah, they have a tough job.
If you're a tourist and you like, you know, seeing Lake Washington, Space Needle, Pike Place, Mount Rainier's down the road.
Down the road.
For sure. Yeah, it's his destination. Come visit us in the summer and help this economy.
Sure.
But ball players don't like it here.
A little tougher. And again, I kind of do this balancing act, and I'm glad Jason mentioned it when he was on with us, where he's like, sometimes I do find myself defending the front office because they don't have the payroll to work with that some other teams do. You can critique them, certainly, for like Garver and Haniger, the Mitches, didn't work out as a gamble. That did not work out. And you spent some good money on Garver's contract. That's a move that didn't end up being a great one. Signing Colton Wong didn't end up being a great move. However, have built up a great farm system, not once but twice, and have had some great big league talent come from that. Extended Cal Raleigh before a career season and built up one of the best rotations in baseball. It's not healthy right now, but they've done that. So you kind of got to do this balancing act where it's like a compliment sandwich. Here's what you've done really well, and it's led to this team remaining pretty competitive. Here's what I'd really love to see, though, and I think you can do it. And I think for both of us, for Jason, it's parting ways with prospects.
Yep.
Jason said, look, sometimes my criticism of this front office is they do a little bit of prospect hoarding.
That's my one, complaint about the front office. I know they've been under ridiculous restrictions, last-second changes to plans heading into off seasons. I've defended the front office a little bit. Not that they haven't made mistakes, but that's the one thing. I think there has been a little bit of prospect hoarding because they didn't like the price. Well, sometimes to win at the major league level, it's got to hurt. It's got to hurt your farm system. You got to be like, dang, I didn't really. When they traded Noelvi Marte and Edwin Arroyo and they made those deals with the Reds for Castillo and Winker and Suarez, it hurt a little bit. But you got Luis Castillo, and he's been really good for you. And he was a big reason why you broke the drought a couple of years ago. So it's just going to hurt.
The best possible thing you could have as a front office would be a prospect that ended up working out.
Mm-hmm.
Think of all that talent and a really young player with a lot of controllable years. Like, that's the best thing you could possibly find. So I get feeling like you've got a handful of scratch tickets and some of them could work out, and you're like, God, I don't really want to give these up. I really don't, because what if they could be great and then I end up having this window of sustained success at a price that I can afford? But bump, at a certain point, if that's all you've got to work with, you have to make a deal.
Yeah, and they got some guys too in the top 100. They got 6 or 7 guys when it comes to prospect. You got Colt Emerson, Lazaro Montez, Cole Young's been up. You got Feldman, you got Harry Ford, Johnny Formello, Michael Arroyo. You got the switch pitcher Siguiente, Evans. Like, there are some pieces to work with, and I don't want them to be me in my fantasy football leagues. I'm the worst manager in fantasy football.
You just will not make a trade.
I will not part ways. I
made a promise to these players when I drafted
Larry
them.
Fitzgerald 4 years too late and would not let him go. Like, nah, this is Larry. I got to be loyal. That's what it feels like it is with these guys. But it has to be scary because, just like you mentioned, you're looking at the talent and saying, but what if this pops?
Yeah.
What if Colt Emerson just rises to the top? What if something happens to Cal, knock on wood, and we need a Harry Ford? The what ifs is what kills people, or not kills people, but just makes you hesitant to really make these big moves. But no, at some point, you got to deal. You got to will. You have to deal, because we mentioned it yesterday that the window. How big is the window with this rotation right now? A couple years ago, it was big. Window was wide open. The wind's blowing. The curtains are flapping in the wind. We're like, man, that window's open.
No screen.
No screen.
Breakfast.
What?
Birds could come in.
Summertime. You know, old school. You put the pie out there on the window to cool off. Like, the window's open.
Right.
That thing's sliding shut a little bit, and you become mortal again with the injuries or whatnot. So you got to acquire talent. And how do you do that? You got to get rid of some talent to acquire talent. I understand the hesitancy, but I also feel like it's about time to do something you typically don't do.
You also can't get yourself in this massively frustrating conundrum, which is where a team like the Mariners finds themselves, and in part has put themselves, which is you don't have the track record to appeal to free agent bats, nor the park. You don't have the money to always overpay those bats. So then you figure you'll just draft and develop your own talent, but that talent isn't coming along at the right time. You've got some great arms that came up. They're going to be older and out of that window. That window's going to be shut by the time you get some of those infielders and some of those bats coming up. And, given your best prospects are in Everett, who knows what the club, what your division, what this league is going to look like by then. Like, it's just kind of like you've left yourself this constant, when you get into a really frustrating customer service loop, you know what I mean? I tried to do this when I was going back and forth between T-Mobile and Comcast, and they were like, oh, you got to call them, you got to call them, you got to call them. That's what it feels like when solving the Mariners' problem of how to build up a World Series roster. Oh, well, you could just get some prospects and eventually trade them. Oh, well, no, you don't want to trade those prospects because, you want to make sure that you bring them up. You can't afford to go out and get, it's like you've left yourself with no options. You've left yourself with no options to build up a World Series team if you only allow yourself to do that from homegrown talent.
And what do you
That's
do?
just not realistic.
You're describing that, and I imagine a person in a rowboat just rowing on one side and just going in circles,
yeah,
and circles and circles.
And that's exactly what you're doing.
You think you're being active, you think you're doing stuff, but you're not really doing anything to gain anywhere. And I can sympathize with them because I know that they have some restrictions when it comes to the money they can spend during the offseason, right? And they're saying, I would imagine Jerry's saying, well, I only have so much money to spend during the offseason. I got to make sure we get 2 or 3s to hit. And because you have those cuffs on when it comes to spending, you add more value to these prospects when in reality, most of these guys ain't going to work out. That's just the reality of sports. In football, most contracts don't live out to what they're supposed to be. Same thing in basketball. It's a gamble. And it all compounds the situation. The fact that he can't spend makes him cautious to move some of these prospects. And now you're waiting for this cycle to happen to where you can call him up. And then the leash is so short because you call up a guy midway through the season. You're not getting the production that you want. Now you're looking at the trade deadline and you're saying, I should make a move because I don't know if this young guy's going to be able to do it. But you're stuck in this gray area. And I think that's where Mariners fans have lived for 20 years, is a gray area of uncertainty and not believing that the owners and the presidents are capable of going out on a limb and risking it and trying to really get a championship.
There are very times a flat circle team. I think as people are really risk averse. I'm a very risk averse person, so I can understand why when you think not only that your job is on the line if you make a mistake, but that if you make a mistake, you can't buy your way out of it, right? If we trade away these prospects and someone comes in and is bad, do we have money to throw around and suddenly become a better team and make up for that? Like, I think that's why this club is also risk averse.
Mm-hmm.
But at a certain point, nothing else has worked. You made the playoffs once since 2001. You have not won your division since 2001. You've made the playoffs just that one time under Jerry Dipoto. That's 9 other years in which you have not. So can you say that keeping those prospects is working? What's it brought you? What's it brought you? It's brought you Cal. That's great.
Some bobblehead nights.
Some bobblehead nights. That's really good. It's brought you a club that's been really competitive and has given you 4 consecutive winning seasons. That's awesome. That's not enough.
54% though, it's
you're not even at 54% right now.
Well, not right now, but at the end of the year they've been around that, and I think that goes back to just their recipe to success, right? So when I got my head coaching jobs, you come in with this it's like a coaching pamphlet or whatnot, and you have to sell to the district, to the principal, the AD. This is how we're going to win ball games, right? And you name it whatever you want to. Mine was called Recipe to Success. And what I found that over the years, the recipe got tweaked a little bit, And that's the problem here, is that it feels like their recipe isn't being tweaked. It's like you're putting the same ingredients in and you're hoping for a different taste, and it's just not going to happen that way. But then you have the start to the season that they did have, and you start to believe in that recipe. Like, we told you, this is it. And this thing's hitting right now. We don't even have our arms going. So that's part of the conclusion, too, or part of the situation, too, is that when they're having success doing things the way that they wanted to do at the beginning of the season, you get to this point and you think that maybe you'll just be able to tap back into it. But we see that every year. Last year it was, okay, you start off bad, you end strong. Now it's like, okay, you start off strong. Now you're in this gray area. But it seems like there's always enough being done on the diamond to make them believe that we're doing the right things.
Yeah. I don't envy being in that position as a front office executive. I don't honestly think that if I wasn't playing with house money, I'd do it. I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm desperate to see this team get to the playoffs. I'm desperate to see them improve. This offense is not good enough. It's not. I don't think Raleigh coming back fixes the offense. I don't think that even Robles and Raleigh coming back fixes the offense. And by the way, you may not get Victor back until September. That's if he doesn't have.
So you don't think they can tap into how the season started? You thought
no,
that was
because
fake news.
I don't think that. Unless Jorge Polanco decides to OPS over 900 suddenly, then maybe they can. But no, I don't think that. I don't think Cal's going to hit 65 bombs this year. I think you've left yourself very little room for error, and the injuries you've had to your rotation's already taken that out. Like, if your rotation was perfectly healthy, if last year's rotation still looked like last year's starters, I'd think, maybe you just add a bat and hopefully that's enough. Maybe you add some bullpen insurance. But I feel like this version of the Mariners must improve. And I would bet that Justin and Jerry think that too.
Yeah.
They're not going to outright say it. I would bet you anything that they look at this club and they go, yeah, I know exactly what we need to add, and I really hope we can get something done.
Or they're saying we need to improve. These guys just need to improve.
Oh, for sure. They're looking at players. For sure they're looking at Julio going, what are you doing? You're like a 5-tool guy.
That's the thing. I don't think that they look elsewhere hard enough and say, this is what we need. I think they look internally and say,
and just
okay,
try to say
how do we get better here within the family, within the group chat? How do we get better?
Yeah. Yes. I think that's the first step. And maybe that's the right move for a team. Like, there are probably some GMs out there that would go, yeah, that's what I do too. I'm not going to solve all my problems at the deadline, but man, we know you can make a more competitive team at a deadline if you're pretty convinced the group you've got can win. And that's going to be the task for this club over the next 6 weeks, is proving to the GM that they can be a playoff team and they just have a missing piece or two.
That's the scary part too, because even if they do prove that, is there going to be enough out there for them to get them over the hump? You know what I mean? And you can go into a dark place to where you stop winning ball games, and now you're not contenders, and now nothing's going to be done. It's just again, you're floating in no man's land. What's that movie with Sandra Bullock, Space, where she's out there floating in outer space or whatnot? Gravity, yeah. Exactly. That's what I feel like this team is at right now.
206. If they could loosen their grip on the wallet and sign some free agents, they wouldn't need to trade prospects. But I also think that
free agents.
Well. And I also think that part of the recipe for a World Series team can be trades. Sometimes the perfect piece for your team or a piece that can really help your team is only going to be available via trade. This team's never going to outspend someone else. And frankly, philosophically, I don't think that they believe that their biggest pieces should be free agents that they overpay.
No.
I think philosophically they believe that it's this core nucleus. We've got Cal. We've got, Logan and George, and we've got Julio. And then we're going to acquire some guys. I don't think they're big on free agency in the first place. So I see what you're saying about hey, you wouldn't need to give up these prospects. I think you're just going to have to do that. The problem is they haven't. They didn't. Curtis, didn't you say no top 100 prospect was traded at all?
Right. Yeah. Last year there was nothing of that sort moved to the deadline.
So they're not the only one, but come on.
Come on.
You got to let it go.
Come on.
I saved Beanie Babies too. I also thought that it would be worth a lot of money. No, I get it. I do. And we've heard such good things for a long time, particularly about this group in Everett.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad that Churchill mentioned it, because I remember when the Castillo trade was made going, ooh. There's just a little tiny, the sting of ripping that Band-Aid off of acquiring him. And I still think it was a good trade.
About it.
You felt really good.
That was on my wish list. Go get him. I was just surprised they did it.
All right. We are going to get to the NFL coming up in less than 15 minutes, taking a look around the league right now. Let's head to the station for Hype Train. OKC took a 3-2 lead, looking for that Game 4 win to take the NBA Final crown. It's going to be in Indianapolis. The Thunder get it done in Game 6. I didn't want to make this Hype Train. I wasn't happy about it, okay? But if you think OKC... Look, I'm just saying, okay? I'm going with Vegas on this one. If you think OKC is going to get it done in Game 6, wrap this thing up this week, you're boarding this train.
No, Halliburton is going to get out of whatever he was going through. Now, I know he had a calf strain or whatnot, but I'm telling you, he looked a little bouncy. He looked a little bouncy out there, but he looked timid. He didn't want to take the shot. He was 0 for 6. You will your way to 10 points. I grew up in the Kobe era, okay? You can have a ruptured Achilles. You're still going to the free throw line and sinking 2 free throws, all right? Come on, man. You got to be tougher than that, Halliburton. So
gotta be quicker than
I think he's going to find a way to get her done. Your boy McConnell, is that his name, Curtis?
TJ McConnell, yeah.
The bear down greatness.
Absolutely.
He's going to show up. He's going to drop 18, 20 of them things. Siakam is going to hit you for 25. And Williams is going to come back to reality. 40 points for a 25-year-old was amazing the other night. But I'm not on this train.
Okay.
Indiana, push it to 7.
The Thunder get it done in Game 6. Bump's not boarding. He says it goes to 7. Curtis.
My mind is telling me no.
Oh.
But my body!
Oh, it's guttural.
My body!
Calm down.
It's telling me yes. We're boarding that train.
I don't like that your body's telling you yes about the Thunder.
My mind's telling me no about the Pacers winning. Okay, so the train
is... Your body's
is...
telling you no. You
okay.
The performance was great.
Thank you.
The performance was great.
You nailed it. But it's your mind's telling you yes, but your body's telling you no.
Right, there we go. Okay, we'll flip it. I think the Pacers... I want the Pacers to win Game 6 so bad, so I'm not boarding that train.
Okay. Your body's telling you
I just got lost in the performance. That's all. That's all.
Honestly, we felt it. That was
in the
soulful.
moment.
It was
Thank
soulful.
you.
That was
Thank
from the gut right
You don't
there.
get that kind of guttural R&B anymore.
You really don't.
No.
That was beautiful, Curtis. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm boarding this train. My mind and body are telling me yes. Unfortunately, I don't like it. I don't like what my body's telling me, but I think the Thunder get it done. I hate it.
Hey, when and if they get it done, Do we have the rights to play Thunder? Feel the thunder.
Stop.
No, we're not celebrating this at all.
You keep every single game.
You make me
want
to puke by saying that.
It's really annoying.
Oh man, I love getting on your nerves. I love it.
Hey, Celtics have 18 titles.
Yeah,
hey,
this is
that's fine. And after this, y'all gonna hate me for this. The Sonics will have 2.
Stop.
Stop it.
Stop it.
You know what?
I'm sorry.
You're insane.
I'm cornered.
the line
I'm being
with
cornered
Thunder.
right now. I'm being
You crossed
cornered.
the line with the Thunder Imagine
cornered.
Dragons song. And now you're so far past the line.
Oh man, I'm
Next
sorry,
up-
Seattle. I love you.
As a show, we've started the Beat the Streak game. Jacob Wilson was our choice. This is only relevant for us. Jacob Wilson against the Astros gets a hit tonight as our first Beat the Streak pick.
He better, because I've already spent that 1.5 I'm gonna get from this streak. I've already spent it.
Yeah.
You know, I know exactly what I'm doing with it. So Jacob, do your thing, dog.
Jacob Wilson gets a hit tonight for the A's against the Astros. I'll go back, Ian, and then I'll go Curtis.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great.
He
Love
needs
Ian's
it.
energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Curtis, do you want to sing this one again?
My body is telling me no, but my mind is telling me yes. We're boarding this train, yeah.
I'm boarding this train, obviously. Yeah, Jacob Wilson.
If it wasn't for his lazy teammate running the bases last night, he would have gotten a base hit.
Gotta dig it, man. Come on.
Ridiculous.
He's not going to go 0 for 2 days in a row.
Absolutely not. Next up, Russell Wilson starts the most games at quarterback for the Giants this season. They also have Jackson Dart in the room, who's making some headlines, both good and bad, this offseason.
And Jameis Winston.
Yeah, he's
And Jameis.
Yeah, he'll play like 10, 11 of them things. He'll play 10, 11. And then the youngster will take over. And Jameis will be the greatest backup of all time and keep giving us these sound bites. So, but I think Russell is gonna lead the charge here. Be patient with the young quarterback. The Giants aren't gonna be good anyway.
No.
So wait until you're officially out of it, and then give it to Jackson.
Honestly, let Russ throw every down.
Let Russ cook.
Let Russ cook. Let him cook. Curtis.
I don't think Russell Wilson starts the most games for the Giants this season.
Wow.
I don't. I think he starts probably 6 or 7, and I think it ends up being some combination of Jameis Winston and Jackson Dart going the rest of the way. I don't think Russell Wilson has that juice anymore, and the Giants are not the team you want to go to if you're trying to reinvigorate your career. So I just don't see it. I also just wanted an excuse to play Jameis Winston praying that the Lord delivers him from pick sixes.
I know I'm better than this. I know I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes. Like that's not me. Like a phenomenal game, offense, do some great things, but I messed it up.
Jameis, I've watched your entire career.
God.
Pick sixes are your thing, buddy.
I fear that is part of you, but you can keep praying for the Lord to deliver you from that.
Oh, I know I'm better than this.
I know. I just keep praying for the Lord to deliver me from this. And he's serious. Let's go to the next one. We only got a minute left. Devers debuts with the Giants tonight. They are taking on the Red Sox after the Red Sox face the Mariners. Just as a heads up in case you want to save this one. Devers hits a bomb in his first game with the Giants tonight.
He's at home?
Yeah, are they in San Francisco?
Yeah, they're in San
Is it
Francisco.
Padres? Who are they playing? Padres.
Not only does he go yard, someone in a kayak is going to catch it before it hits the water.
That's very specific.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm with it.
Okay.
Or they're playing the
It is
Guardians
beautiful out there.
tonight.
Guardians.
Yeah.
Prediction still stands. Devers hits a bomb in his first game with the Giants tonight. Ian.
Yeah, 100%. He's hitting one tonight. He's going to
Hitting
start
one
at
tomorrow.
first base against the Red Sox and probably hit 2 in that series.
God. Curtis. Devers hits a bomb in his first game with the Giants tonight. By the way, he's going to have a press conference shortly before the game at like 6.
Oh, man. I hope he
45.
just torches the Red Sox front office. That'd be incredible. But yeah, we're boarding this train. It's like predetermined already. This is going to happen.
I think he'll get a hit. I think he'll get a nice single.
Just single back up the
nice
middle.
single.
Yeah, I think he'll get a nice little single. Bomb, I think he saves that maybe for Boston. It would just be cooler that way. Do you think he gets he just had a home run?
So you're saying, like, find a new slant, buddy.
Yeah, I'm saying get a new angle. This is tired.
There's a lot of variety you can have in terms of your hits.
I'm going to say he gets an RBI single, and that is good enough. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Mariners. Brian Wu gets the start for Seattle against the Red Sox in Game 2. Pregame at 5:30. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports. Taking a look around the NFL next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline. You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus. If you're looking for a place to get away and recharge, I got the spot for you. You go up I-5, get off exit 260, you'll find Silver Reef Casino. They have spacious, comfortable rooms, free Wi-Fi. They have tablets as well. They also have a bunch of great restaurants. I went to the Steakhouse and Cantina, loved both of them. And then I went to sit down and watch some sports. I went to Porter's Bay Sports Bar. The vibes were awesome. You guys know I love to golf. I visited Loomis Trails Golf Course, 18 holes with water almost everywhere. Bring your patience. Also, every Saturday this month, you can win $5,000, and they have great events coming up as well. You got Howie Mandel. You got Desperado. It's an Eagles tribute band. You also have Neil McCoy. Book your tickets today at silverreefcasino.com. I've made the trip. I had a great time. You guys need to visit Silver Reef Casino. It's not a secret anymore. Visit silverreefcasino.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar this Wednesday night at 6 to explain how stem cell therapy works.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him this Wednesday night at 6 o'clock for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Miles Garrett says Micah Parsons is very deserving of getting everything he's owed from the Cowboys.
I've seen his work ethic. I've seen how he attacks the way he's running. You know, he's 100% committed to his craft and getting better every day. And someone who produces on the field and has that dedication to the game, he should get every penny he's owed.
Micah Parsons has recently criticized the Cowboys' delay in getting him that massive extension, and frankly, he's not wrong. I know some people would prefer if players kind of like keep it to themselves or keep those debates and issues in-house, but what is taking so long, Cowboys?
That's just the Cowboy way. That's what they do. They wait to the very last minute to pay their guys and then wonder why the relationship is kind of tarnished a little bit. You take care of Micah, you take care of Dak, you take care of CD. Like Micah, it shouldn't even be a debate.
Yeah.
They should have gotten this done. They should have had a contract already written up just for this situation. That's just the way Jerry does business for some reason. I don't understand it. I'm sure he has a method to his madness. But when you are dealing with one of the best pass rushers in the game, there's only a few of them. You got Myles Garrett, you have the Bosas, you got Trey, you got Micah. You go and pay those dudes right now. Stop waiting so long.
Now, Garrett recently signed an extension that gave him $40 million annually, the most of any any defensive player in the league. Adam Schefter on with ESPN Radio, their Unsportsmanlike, the morning show, said he expects Micah Parsons to become the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. And he says, I can say, I believe with great confidence that Micah Parsons will become the highest paid defensive player in NFL history. Okay. He's younger than all of these guys: Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett. Yards or whatever it was, 35 touchdowns, had this great season. Do you know how many question marks I have about the Seahawks offense right now? I have no idea whether it's even fair to expect 30-plus touchdowns from Sam Darnold. 30-plus touchdowns, by the way, still hard to do in today's league.
Yeah, it is. And Sam Darnold had one of the best top three weapons on the outside in Justin Jefferson. You had Jordan Addison as well. The run game was good. Kevin O'Connell understands the assignment when it comes to calling an offense. So it's almost like you got the generic O'Connell and Kubiak, right? Kind of the same offenses, but not really proven yet when it comes to Kubiak. And you got Darnold in a new situation like he was in last year. He was a one-hit wonder there, but it's everything else. It's the offensive line talent. It's can you run the football? It's the talent on the outside. Yeah, it's weird having so many questions about a guy who last year was one of the best in the game.
Let's take a look at the 49ers, figure out not just how we're feeling, but take a listen to how one 49er is feeling. It will not surprise you to know that George Kittle still has lofty expectations for San Francisco, despite them missing so many pieces.
Where's this team headed at 2025? I would say we have pretty lofty expectations. We always do. We understand that we lost some really key players. I'm aware of that. Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, Hargrave, Travarius Ward, one of my favorite teammates I've had. Debo, one of my favorite teammates. Aaron Banks went to Green Bay. We lost some guys, and that is obvious. We're aware of that. But I feel like in the way we signed guys in free agency, the way that we drafted, we targeted those holes that we lost. And I'm not going to say we're going to replace, bringing all pro players, Pro Bowl players immediately. But I think we drafted really, really well. And being in OTAs the entire time, we had like 99%, of the team was there for the entire OTAs, which is pretty sick. You to build that team chemistry.
I'm not saying or in any way defending the 49ers. What I am going to say, Bump, and you know this, is that this is a team that went to the NFC Conference Championship for 3 consecutive seasons from 21 to 23, kind of fell off last year, also had a ton of injuries. And then everyone started entering this season going, okay, so it's the Rams and who else? Who else? I'm still looking at San Francisco a little bit nervous. Like, this is a team that if you were to take a 5-year picture of the NFC has been right at the top.
And offensively, they're going to be just fine. Really. You got McCaffrey. Brandon Ayuk when healthy. He's nice. Juwan Jennings, one of the most underrated receivers in the game. Got Ricky Pierce all over there, who I feel like is ascending. Still got George Kittle, Brock Purdy, who can run their offense. And that offensive line is okay. Defensively is a question, but you did draft Michael Williams, so I think it's going to be good for you guys. You still got Nick Bosa. Fred is still there. Greenlaw went to Denver, I believe. The spot that I want to see how it shapes out is the corner position. You got Lenore and Renardo Green over there. 2 young guys. Got a couple interceptions apiece. But no, there are enough names that you know about to go into the season to think that initially they should be okay. It's about how everyone else gets acclimated, and can you get some young guys to step up? But over the years, they've done that. They found a Hufanga, in late in the draft or whatnot. So John Lynch had to be in his bag, and we'll see if he can do it again.
We are going all Mariners from 1 to 2 for the dugout. We're going to speak with Shannon Dreher. Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill's going to get us started at 1, though. Before then, it's What I Need to Know. Get your questions in. Any question right now, 866-979-3776.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. Prostate cancer can be silent. It's important to get checked, even if you have no symptoms. Ask your primary care doc for a PSA screening if you're 50 or over, and 45 if there's a family history. If you or someone you know is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment at Swedish Cyberknife right here in Seattle. It only takes 5 short treatment sessions. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What I need to know, get your questions in 866-979-3776. What I need to know. What about DeMarcus Lawrence as a Seahawk? He's a dog. I look forward to seeing him play. What do you guys think? This is our first listener.
What do I think about him?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the club, dog. Do your thing, number 0. Yeah, he is going to provide an energy that this defense needs. I know he's a little long in the tooth, but you watched the film from last year. He's active. He's running down running backs from the back end of things. He's disciplined. I don't need big numbers out of him. Just control that dang run and funnel everything inside.
I'll also throw on that we did interviews with Derek Hall, Mike Morris, and I know Wyman and Bob interviewed with Boye Mafe, and I don't know if Boye said this, but most of the young defenders that we did end up interviewing from OTAs and minicamp mentioned DeMarcus Lawrence unprompted.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's already
OG.
Yeah, he's got a presence that's very much being felt by these young guys. Derek Hall said he just walked up to him in the weight room and was showing him, some pass rush moves and helping him out and kind of stepping into a veteran role right away. What I need to know. My wife and I are moving from Linwood to North Spokane this Friday. How do we keep the stress from getting to us and causing arguments? We're doing good, but we're both stressed. Moving has to be top 3 worst thing to do. It's awful.
I hate moving. I would, if she likes coffee, first thing in the morning is get her some coffee, kind of set the tone that way. She likes snacks.
Good start.
Go ahead and grab some snacks. You kind of feel her getting hangry a little bit. Don't even tell her you have it. Just have the snacks ready to go. Like, bam, I got you, babe.
Yeah, maybe in a little pouch that you could have on your hip.
And just take the L's, man, because she's gonna be taking shots, and that's just what men are here for. Just take those L's and stay calm.
Yeah, I've never moved with anyone, but I have recently moved, and moving is one of the most stressful things I've done. I hated it. I complain about it every day.
Well, it takes a long time, really, for your house to start
frustrating.
feeling like a home.
Yeah, I'm still in that phase of like, I feel like I'm in between places. That's the other stressful thing about moving. It's not just getting the junk removal service and packing up your boxes and scheduling movers and hauling things. It's then that in-between place where you go, oh, I don't have the relief of having moved and I'm here now. Then you're unpacking for weeks. Like, it's awful. My suggestion for you guys is to schedule something to make you excited about moving. So maybe it's writing down a list of 5 restaurants that look good in the area you're moving to and putting them in a hat and just drawing one and being like, okay, that's our first date night in this new town. So maybe it's just looking forward to something that you can do, or getting takeout. Like, no one, everyone's dirty and gross when they're moving. Maybe it's like we set up the TV and then we watched a movie and ordered takeout. And over here, I'm planning cute dates for this couple.
You're missing the whole thing. The process is what gets you. You must remain calm during the process. You can have all this stuff lined up for afterwards. You might go through that process, and if the process ain't on point, you'll get to that point. You're like, I want to go to lunch with you. I want to go to dinner with you.
Get some
the
frozen
process.
Yogurt.
You're like the average fan who just wants the results and don't really see training camp and all that stuff.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going 12 sacks. What I need to know, are you guys still on the Julio is a slow starter train? Because ... it's June.
I don't think he's had a slow start. I think he's had a better start than normal, but I think there comes a time where you want to see more, and we're at that point now.
Someone said it's Irish Heritage Night tonight. Will Bump get an Irish jersey?
Irish?
Yes.
Yes, I will.
Bump, are you throwing out the first pitch for Irish Heritage Night?
Actually, I am. I wanted to surprise everybody.
Michael will bump us.
But I will be there.
We should, when Alex comes on for the dugout, be like, Alex, can you get a word in with the front office? That
our friend Michael Bumpus.
Irishman.
Our Irishman, Michael Bumpus.
Irishman,
local
Michael
leprechaun.
Bumpus. Massive fan of the Irish. I love that that's become part of your brand. It's just, Bump, he loves Irish people.
I ran into a couple of people out in the wild, and they mentioned me being Irish.
You are Irish. That's canon.
I know.
Now.
I just like that they accept me for me and recognize it.
That's beautiful. Let's see what I need to know. How much improvement can we actually expect from non-rookie offensive linemen? They said each, but I won't.
Yeah, so you're thinking like Jarrell, you're thinking Sundell. I think
Anthony
you can expect
Bradford,
improvement.
Christian Haynes.
Because sometimes it's the, you have a season to reflect, to watch film, to learn what you need to get better at. Now you have a new voice over there. So yeah, I think you can expect some improvement. You're not going to get 3 or 4 Pro Bowlers out this thing, but you can definitely improve.
What I need to know, what are the Russell/Aaron bet statistical parameters? Yards, touchdowns, interceptions, completion percentage. You need a 5th category as a tiebreaker. Here's the thing. I didn't think Aaron would sign anywhere. I don't think I need a 5th tiebreaker. I think, unfortunately, Aaron Rodgers might win this one. I was hoping it would be whoever Russ was with. I was like, Russ is going to stay in the league. I don't know if Aaron will, so that's the bet that I made.
Well, you bet wrong. Because Aaron's going to be the starter all year, and Russell's going to be gone by week 10.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
You feel that, though.
No. I don't think we need a 5th tiebreaker, but please pray for me. Much like Jameis Winston is praying to be delivered from pick sixes, please pray for me to have a great season from Russell so I could win this bet. 866-979-3776. Texters that are moving, 425. Another texter says there's a good brunch place called Chaps in Spokane. One of the places everyone from the area goes to. So now you know. That could be one of your places. Someone said try moving with a baby. Someone else said incredible advice, Bump. I'll take some L's to help her stress levels. Last night was tough, and thank you, Stacy.
We moved when Willow was 1, and it was that is brutal.
Moving is awful. Like, it's one of those things that people don't realize, especially if you're moving either as a whole family or In my case, I lived in a home for 12 years, and you're just moving so many things, or getting rid of so many things. Like me and my best friend was my roommate, and we were like, oh my God.
Well, and like trying to explain to a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old, really any kid that is that little, where it's like all they've ever known is that one place, and now you got to tell, well, no, we're actually not going to live here anymore. We're going somewhere else. Their entire world is that house. That's all they've ever known.
Yeah.
What do you mean we're moving?
It would be like moving an indoor cat.
Exactly.
You know? It's
they
not
both
that
scratch and
dissimilar.
claw at the furniture.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid comparison.
It is.
All right. We are going to go all Mariners here. Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill is going to join us. Then we're going to hear from Red Sox beat writer Chris Cotillo. Wonder what he has to talk about. He's joining us at 1:15. Alex Mayer at 1:45. Don't go anywhere.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners plan for the trade deadline.
You think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects?
I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
We take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
It's the Graz here for my friends at Premier Golf. Take advantage of early sunrise and late sunset at the 11 different Premier courses today. From Bellingham, Everett, and Marysville to Linwood, Bellevue, and Seattle, even out on the coast, they've got a course near you. Play Inter Bay or Jackson, Bill Wright or West Seattle, Bellevue, Legion Memorial, Walter Hall, Linwood, Cedar Crest, Lake Patton, and even Ocean Shores. Courses are in great shape and ready for your next round. Visit PremierGolfCenters.com. That's PremierGolfCenters.com and book your tee time today.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Riverside Roofing has earned GAF Master Elite President's Club certification, which puts them in the 99.9th percentile of all roofers nationally. They're right here out of Marysville. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Allergy and sinus symptoms are annoying. They're frustrating and can ruin an entire day. They're also curable. I'm Dr. Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We can free our patients of awful symptoms by testing and treating their allergies to simple, non-invasive treatments. Stop suffering from nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, facial pain, and even snoring. Let us help you get relief. Easily, quickly, and permanently. We're local in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us or book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners were the first team to face a Rafael Devers Red Sox squad, but couldn't take advantage of it, despite a phenomenal outing from Logan Gilbert. His first start since April 25th. The Red Sox won this one thanks to a career-first home run from baseball's #1 prospect, Roman Anthony. Game 2 later today. OKC took a series lead over the Pacers in last night's Game 5. Jalen Williams dropped a playoff-high 40 points. SGA added 31. Game 6 Thursday night in Indiana.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is The Dugout. Every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy. Inside access to the clubhouse from Shannon Dre on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Joining us right now on The Dugout, it's Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill. Gary, I'm going to start with the good from last night before we get to some question marks we have about this offense. Logan Gilbert, a phenomenal start. It's really a bummer that he gets a loss because he gave up just 2 runs. Earlier this month, Bump and I talked with someone who said, hey, Logan Gilbert might be the key to turning the season around, getting this team to a playoff push. Did he look good enough for you to buy that?
Yes, I thought he looked phenomenal, especially his first start back. You never know, especially after that long away, what exactly you're going to get. But I thought the stuff was electric. He was pumping touch 98 in his first inning. The splitter was great. I mean, 10 strikeouts in 5 innings. I did not have that on the bingo card on his first time out. And so I don't disagree with that either, by the way. I do think, along with George Kirby, you know, their identity is the rotation. And for them to make a run at the postseason, make a run at the division, they've got to get back to the rotation being a big key for them and being consistent and being at times dominant. And I think you need Gilbert and Kirby to be that. And now, you watch Kirby the last couple of times out, you watch Gilbert last night. You know, Wu and Castillo have been consistent. Hancock's been really good, too. Like, you can see it coming together when they can put a good run in the rotation, which I think can lead to a good run in terms of win-losses, too.
Yeah, I'm with you, Gary. I've been, Stacy and I've been preaching the last week or so, like, just give this rotation time to get healthy, and let's see what happens. And it's nice to see Gilbert come out and do his thing. What did you feel about 1 through 3 yesterday? I believe they were 0 for 10 combined or something like that. JP still finding ways to get on base. What did you think about their approach?
Yeah, it wasn't a great day yesterday, and clearly the third inning, I mean, they didn't give themselves a lot of chances during the course of the ball game, but the third inning is what's glaring because you have the bases loaded, nobody out, and the top 3 due up. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better situation yesterday, and they just didn't come through. And you point out JP, he has been magnificent for the Mariners, really all season, but his latest stretch has been terrific. He's rolling with a 400 on base percentage. It's fourth best in baseball. He has been, I think, even better than he was 2 years ago. And I thought 2 years ago may have been a career season, but he's been even better this year. He's been elite. He's been one of the best shortstops in baseball. His WRC plus is second best behind the A shortstop from Wilson, who's been phenomenal this season as well. So I don't know. I mean, he's been so good at the top, and it's one inning where he struck out. And give Giolito some credit. I thought he threw some pretty good pitches yesterday, but it was disappointing, especially coming off of the Cleveland sweep. You were hoping they could harness some of that momentum. They still can take the series against the Red Sox. It won't be easy because they have to face Crochet coming up in Game 3. But, yeah, you would have loved to see them cash in on the opportunities yesterday and get that win yesterday because the pitching was good enough. Gilbert in the bullpen, only 2 runs allowed. That was good enough for a win for sure.
Are you still seeing some chase from Julio?
Yeah, there's still chase there. It's interesting. You look at his most recent stretch. He's actually hitting for a really high average, and he's getting on base quite a bit. The thing that has been missing for me, and it's not just Julio, I think, because, it's been a wild ride, as we've all seen with the Mariners offense. They were phenomenal in April. May, they were not good. In June, they've been better in areas. Like their batting average in June is top 5. Their on-base percentage is just out of the top 5. It hasn't translated to runs. And a big part of that for me is the slug and the power and the homers because, they've hit 12 homers in the month of June, which is towards the bottom, at least outside of the top 20 in baseball. And so this isn't just a Julio thing. This is a Mariners thing right now for me in June. I would like to see some more slug. And you look at, 3 guys in particular, Julio, Polanco, and Randy, and I think they've combined for 2 homers this month. And you can even go back further into May if you want to take it back even further. So while Julio's been getting on base, hitting for a good average, which is great, I do think they need that pop. And not necessarily homers, but find some gaps, hit some doubles. Because, at some point, too, we can't expect Cal to hit double-digit homers every single month, even though he's done that to this point of the season. And so if Cal just had a normal month, where he hits 5 or 6 home runs, they're really going to have some other guys step up and pop some homers because that is a key. When the Mariners offense has been their best this year, they have drawn walks, they've gotten on base, and they've hit homers. And that's kind of dried up a little bit. So I look at those 3 guys in particular as, the most likely sources of power, and the Mariners need some more power.
Hey, what do you think about just the bottom of the order, how they've been performing? I mean, like you mentioned, they set them up in with the bottom of the 3rd inning. You go to 7, 8, 9, they get on, doing just enough, I feel like, to create some opportunity. As we get closer to the trade deadline, how does that bottom of the order, how is it shaping out for you? And what are your concerns? What do you think they should be looking at as far as trying to get better with the squad?
Yeah, they've done some good things recently. Canzone's come up and has done some good things. Williamson and Young, I think, have both made strides. It's hard. Hitting, as we all know, is really hard at this level, and they are getting their first taste of things in the major leagues. So I think it's hard to put a lot of expectations on them, but they both had some pretty good moments so far. But, yeah, I think for sure there's some areas to improve for the Mariners offensively. And, I think it will help to get Luke Raley back. I've talked about this for some time. I think he was a top 3 guy offensively for the Mariners last year, and I think that's been a big bat missing for the Mariners. And I think that's shown up from time to time. I think you can say the same thing about Robles, but Raley's going to be here hopefully within a few days. Hopefully everything goes well in Tacoma, but that's going to be a big bat coming back. And, yeah, they could use another stick or 2 at the deadline to fill out the lineup for sure. But in the meantime, I think the bottom of the lineup was really key to the Mariners in April. And not that it wasn't huge in terms of production, home runs, doubles, that kind of thing, but they set the table. They got on base a lot. They got on for the top of the order, and that's something we saw last night. And I think it is key for them, not that the bottom 3 are going to carry the load, because you can't ask Williamson and Young in particular to do that, but can they just contribute? Can they get on base? Can they set the table from time to time? Can they score a few runs? Just be aboard for JP and Cal. That's kind of what you're asking at this point from those guys.
Is that the profile of a bat that you'd want at the deadline? I mean, I know that the answer would be like, yeah, if you can produce come here, that would be great. But I mean, if you were to request a type of profile to add at the deadline, who would it be?
Pop. That's what I'd be looking for. I think, going back to what I was saying a moment ago, I think one of the missing pieces right now is the power. I think they could use some more power, some more production, that sort of thing, to put somewhere in the middle of the order-ish. That's why I think Raley's so key, because he can bring that, especially, we've seen him get super hot, and he's a guy that can rip off 6-7 home runs in a matter of a couple of weeks, which I think they really need. So that's the kind of profile I think I'd be looking for.
Is it I mean, you mentioned Raley coming back and hopefully having some pop in his bat. How easy is that to be gone from the game for a while and then to come back and contribute immediately in the batter's box?
It's not easy at all. I mean, we hope for the best, but you never really know. That's a long time to be away. I mean, first you need the recovery, you need to get healthy, you need to get better, but then it's almost like starting over sometimes when you're out for that long. It almost feels like you've jumped back into spring training. I mean, that's why you go on a rehab and you spend some time seeing some live pitching. But there's nothing like seeing major league pitching day in and day out. So I don't expect it to be easy. I expect that it's going to take some time, a lot like what we've seen on the starting side with George Kirby. We've seen it's taken some time. And despite what we saw last night from Gilbert, I imagine it's going to take him a couple starts to get into it. That's just the nature of it. And part of me, I want guys to get back as quickly as possible to just get the clock started on the adjustment and the growing pains of getting back into the season. Because, yeah, we should not have immediate expectations that he's going to walk in and hit 3 homers in day one and everything's solved.
The trade deadline's always really tricky to figure out, not only because it just feels like there are fewer actual sellers, but because you're trying to figure out what sellers want, right? Are they still wanting big league talent that's young? Do they want prospects? And it feels like a failure to really move prospects last trade deadline and into the offseason too makes me wonder if that's just way harder than I think. Do you think there's an opportunity here for the Mariners to dig into their farm system to get something done? Because you'd hate to see them take from a club with so many holes.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope that opportunity will be there. It kind of wasn't last year, as you point out. There's a few teams I'm watching closely because, just even a few weeks ago, I was looking at kind of the landscape of where teams are at and wondering, hey, like how much is going to be available? Because, the White Sox will be out of it. The Rockies will be out of it. But how much do they have to give? So there's a few teams. Baltimore's one of them. I think Arizona is a big one. Those are a couple teams. If they fall out, there's actually a number of guys on both teams that would really help, I think, the market. And needless to say, if you're a buyer like the Mariners, even if you're not acquiring certain guys, you would like to have more available for teams to go after, right? So I think those two teams are two teams I'm looking at. Texas, Kansas City. I mean, there's more along those lines where there'd be players to help if they throw up the white flag. And the question is, when will that happen?
Yeah.
Like, how close is Baltimore to doing that? Arizona's the series against the Mariners, well, that didn't help. The Mariners sweeping them would have certainly helped because Arizona's above 500. They're still in things. But there's still time to make that call. There's a few weeks until the deadline. But the more teams out of contention, the more teams with guys to give that throw up the white flag, the better for the Mariners. And I'm more optimistic than I was a few weeks ago that there'll actually be some hitters available.
Well, let's root for their continued failure then.
Yes, rooting for failure. Yeah. That's the best. That always makes me feel good as a person.
Me too. He is Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill on the dugout. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Anytime. Great to chat.
A lot going on with the Red Sox this week. Let's continue talking about it and get a series preview with Chris Cotillo joining us next.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same, and that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
We're joined now by MassLive.com Red Sox beat writer Chris Cotillo on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Chris, has it been a busy week for you?
No, not at all. Pretty light, you know.
Nothing going on.
I was not scheduled to go on the West Coast trip. I was up to my colleagues, and so had I was going to go maybe do a couple features in AAA go see some family, and I'm in San Francisco for Devers press conference now. So
let's start with that. We'll probably fit in just a couple questions about this Red Sox team that's actually playing the Mariners up here in Seattle. But to be honest, Devers is the most fascinating story when it comes to this team, and frankly, the biggest story in baseball right now. So I'll start with kind of reports and murmurings that there was bad blood lingering into this. How much of this is just, hey, they didn't want to pay a DH that didn't want to play first this much money, and how much of it is maybe some stuff happening in the front office that's like a bigger issue?
Yeah, I think the whole thing, the headline is a messy divorce between team and star player. It happened fast over the course of the last few months. I think when we got to spring training on February 1st, it would have been ridiculous to think that Rafael Devers would be traded, on June 15th. He was entering the second year of a 10-year deal. Everything was great. He was projected to be the starting third baseman once again. There was some excitement because they were going to add a right-handed bat. That bat ended up being Bregman, and the Red Sox, I think, sold Devers a bill of goods on staying at his position, which he didn't do. As soon as Bregman came in, they said, hey, can you be our DH? And he said no. I play third. And they said, well, can you be our DH? He said, no, I'm not doing it. And then they said, well, actually, you're an employee and we're the employer and you are going to do it. And that didn't go over very well. Eventually, he realized he didn't have a choice and started the year that way. And then Christian Casas got hurt at the beginning of May. The Red Sox said, hey, we know we told you to throw your glove away, but can you please play first base for us? And he basically told them to pound sand. They were shocked that he would do that. I think it was a little bit of misunderstanding or not knowing your own player well enough. He went public, said, I don't know what the GM's problem is with me. Why doesn't he get to work and go find a first baseman from the outside? It got so bad they flew the owner to Kansas City to lock him in a room with Devers to try to hash things out, kind of as a come-to-Jesus, last-ditch effort. Devers told him to pound sand, and here we are a month later awaiting his debut with the Giants. And, the money part you mentioned, I don't think they mind. I think they looked at it and said, well, if this guy doesn't want to be here, if this guy is going to be difficult and he's going to be, a bad influence and someone's willing to pay him the $250 million over the next 8.5 years, let's do it. So I think they looked at it, culture, number one, but the money definitely was a bonus. And, it's a sad ending for them endeavors. This guy was a homegrown star who came up and was excellent. He was a running mate on the good teams with the real superstars like Bogarts and Betts and JD Martinez. Then the team became his, and it ended fast.
Chris, we are very familiar with fans being upset with an organization for, not making moves the way that they'd want them to make moves. What's the feel like with the fans over there in Boston? How do they feel about the situation? Are they as logical as some are reading into the whole relationship, or do they feel like, look, you should have just forced this man to stay here and work this thing out?
Yeah, I think fans are really pissed, I think fans are really upset that it got to this point. The fans, I think, are mostly blaming Fenway Sports Group and John Henry, Sam Kennedy, Craig Breslow, and to an extent Alex Cora for this. But to me, the blame's always gone on both sides. I think, at the end of the day, when you're a player, you should do what the team asks you. At the same time, the communication with Devers was horrible. So I think fans here have kind of just seen, the best players and homegrown guys and favorites leave town in bad ways. Obviously, they traded Mookie Betts, which will go down in history. Xander Bogaerts left for San Diego. That ended up, not being the worst thing for the Red Sox because he hasn't been great there. But still, they get attached to these players and they see, down the coast a little bit, Aaron Judge being a Yankee for life, and you see some of these other places, even, the Royals made sure Bobby Witt would be one. And, the longest tenured Red Sox now debuted 4 years ago. The whole 2018 team is gone. And they kind of lack an identity in that way. So there's a lot of anger. I think especially when it's framed as a salary dump that pisses fans off. This one I really don't think was. I think it just got to be an untenable situation. And but to me, there's blame that goes on both sides for sure.
What kind of team is approaching the trade deadline right now? Earlier, I was making a list, and granted, I will admit you could ask Seattle the same question, but earlier I was making a list of who are the teams that could be potential targets for a bat. On the one hand, the Red Sox, if they want to contend, desperately need to find a run producer. On the other, does this make them more sellers at the deadline? Where are they at right now?
Yeah, Craig Breslow last night said, this doesn't mean we're waving a white flag. This is a real, kind of outlier. And they do now have all that money that they shaved with Devers to go spend. I think that's what will ultimately define what this deal was, if they can actually probably not replace his production because that's close to impossible, but at least, replace the talent with the money they saved. As everybody in Seattle saw last night, they're playing well. They're pitching really well. There's some excitement about the prospects like Anthony and Campbell and Meyer. So I think as of now, they're going to be buyers. Obviously, if they have a bad 6 weeks or they're up and down, maybe not. But, if they have to put their money where their mouth is and go get, pieces that can help, they probably need help in the bullpen. They could use another starter. First base is a place where Tristan Casas is out. Devers wouldn't play there. They've gone with Romy Gonzalez and Toro, but it would have been okay. But at a certain point, you need a real, slugger there to replace Casas. I think that's what they'll try to do. Still a few weeks before things really heat up. Obviously, the Devers deal got done, but I think that's more of an outlier. And, the Red Sox still have designs on contending. This could be their only year with Alex Bregman because he was excellent before getting hurt. He can opt out, and it seems likely he will at the end of the year, and they probably want to capitalize on that even without Devers in the lineup.
What do you feel like the mood and the vibe is going to be? Obviously, the Giants will be at home when Devers takes on the Red Sox. But, when things like this happen, as, part of the media, I stand back from afar and I kind of look at how players interact. Is it tense? Is it loose out there? Like, what do you expect when these guys line up to face each other?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be obviously kind of a unlike anything, you can really remember. I mean, when Mookie Betts first played the Red Sox, it was like 4 years after the trade. I remember back, I guess Manny played the Red Sox shortly after getting traded, but this is a quick turnaround. You spend your whole career in a place, and he's going to be facing up against the Red Sox on Friday night. I think that, from what I was told about how the clubhouse was at T-Mobile last night, it's a group that was ready to move on. I think there was a little bit of a gray cloud kind of over the clubhouse with Devers in it. Not because they disliked the guy or because he was the worst guy in the world or a bad teammate, but just because it was a distraction, and it was something that was definitely getting to people in there. And the uncertainty, and okay, is he going to play first or is he not? Does he want out? Is he all in? But still he's mashing, like all that confusion. It's a team that can take on a Devers-less identity right now. And so I'm sure there'll be hugs and handshakes and all that stuff between the Red Sox and Rafi before the game on Friday night. And from his perspective, I expect over the next few days here, he's going to try to acclimate himself as quickly as he can to a new organization, learn on the fly. Be interesting to see where they put him in the lineup in terms of if he's going to play first. I doubt he'll probably be playing any positions this week because he hasn't been taking ground balls at those spots. But it'll see if this fresh start is something that, Devers can kind of change his reputation and be kind of a reputation that's taken a hit the last couple months, but quite obvious.
Just a quick one here. I didn't save you a lot of time, but a preview from afar. We know you're in San Francisco for this press conference in a couple hours, but it feels like you mentioned that Devers list Red Sox team is going to be continuing this series against Seattle. You guys got some young guys. Should we expect even more time for them?
Yeah, I think those guys are going to play every day. Roman Anthony, obviously, homer tonight. Meyer has been the starting third baseman since Bregman went out, and Campbell, the defense hasn't been great, but we saw him at DH last night, and they're going to try to get him right. So this is a team that's starting 4 rookies on a nightly basis because Narvaez is 1-2. So it's suddenly a very young team, especially with Bregman out, especially with Devers gone. So but the pitching's been the story. Devers been the story, but on the field, the pitching has been the story of the last few days. And Buehler was good in his last one. He's been, pretty bad all year, I would say, overall, but tonight's a big one for him to kind of find some consistency.
Yeah, fascinating. We're going to have our eyes on this series up here in Seattle, obviously, and then what's going on down there in San Francisco where you're covering it. He is Red Sox beat writer Chris Cotillo. Chris, thanks so much.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. We've got Alex Mayer joining us at 1:45, and the latest from Jeff Passan coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Logan Gilbert dazzles in his return.
Swing and a miss. He waves at a splitter. Strike 3. Strikeout number 10 for Logan Gilbert.
But the Mariners come up short in a series opener against the Red Sox.
We were able to get some traffic, just not able to get him in tonight.
Tonight, the Mariners turn to Brian Wu, looking to even the series at 1 apiece. First pitch at 6:40. Wyman and Bob take you up to pregame at 5:30 on Seattle Sports. Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
If you've ever wondered if there's something after death, Tyler Henry proves the answer is yes. Be part of his live audience readings and his jaw-dropping ability to connect with the departed at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, July 10th and Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Experience this evening of hope and healing, bringing peace and closure to loved ones. Tyler Henry proves our loved ones never leave us. Get tickets at muckleshootcasino.com.
Muckleshoot. Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by two of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Ryan, every time I see you on TV, I'm even more proud of all you've accomplished on the plan.
I'm so happy. For years, I've been trying to find a consistent plan that delivered results with my busy family and work schedule. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic not only delivered, but it was an absolute breeze. It was so enjoyable because the plan wasn't hard. I was able to eat delicious food, and I literally lost weight every single day.
Eastside Weight Loss Clinic works so well for me. I'm happy to hear more people are using it to lose weight and prioritize their health as well. It's an awesome plan. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
The secret's out on what Western Washington dads want this summer. A beautiful green lawn that they don't have to mow or water. One they can use to host, play with their kids, and even practice chipping. Synthetic Turf Northwest has your solution. Low maintenance lawns they'll install anywhere in Western Washington. Take advantage of their Father's Day sale for up to $1,500 off a new lawn, perfectly installed through June. Synthetic Turf Northwest, your green lawn solution. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Man, poor Chris Cotillo. Thought he'd have a vacation, time with family and friends, and then he gets called to take a cross-country flight to San Francisco to cover Rafael Devers' press conference. That's like a 6-hour flight, 6-7 hours.
He got yelled at on the plane for watching the press conference.
I saw that, yeah.
Wait, he did?
The flight
Wait,
attendant.
he got yelled at on the plane?
He was doing the Zoom conference call for the Breslow press conference from his laptop on the plane.
And he got yelled at by the
He didn't
flight
have
attendant?
headphones on.
Yeah.
Then, probably.
Yeah, he was like, what was the answer to that last question? I didn't get to see it because I just got yelled at from the flight attendant.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, we should have asked him about that. I'm lacking on journalistic integrity. Let's jump on to the latest from Jeff Passan. We played a couple of these cuts earlier, but we just really like them, and especially relevant to where this team is right now. First, there's some good, and maybe the biggest bright spot is obviously Cal Raleigh. Jeff Passan says Cal is the face of the franchise now.
At the end of the day, and it's funny to say this because we've said it about another player in the past, the Mariners are going to go as far as Cal Raleigh can take him. He is the franchise now, and that fans around the country see that, I think is a great sign for him and for baseball, frankly, because if he weren't starting the All-Star game this year, it would be an absolute farce.
Is Cal the face of the Mariners right now?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that, man. Cal should be the most popular player. I think Julio still might be a bit more popular to the common fan, but the real ones know. I mean, Cal is doing his thing. And his marketability has come up too. I saw him in a couple commercials showing some personality and stuff.
He's funny.
Yeah, he has like a dry sense of humor that I really like about him. But you match that up with the 26 bombs, which is tied for the lead, league, and also he's the best catcher in the game. Look at all his power numbers. He's doing his thing. He is. This is his squad at this point. Now, there could be a chance for the rest of the year or during this year where Julio picks up his play and they're kind of neck and neck, which I would prefer because that means Kyle doesn't have to carry this team all by himself. But there's no denying he's had a great start, a great first half of the season. Hopefully it continues. But at this point, this is definitely Cal's team. He's the face.
Don't want to take away from what Cal's doing. Really happy that he has been absolutely raking. Is it a problem at all? Or are you worried at all that it's June 17th and we're not talking about Julio having a great season or being the face of the team?
I think that
it's a tough question.
It could be an issue the way you look at it. It all depends on how you look at it, right? Perspective is everything.
Yeah.
It's a problem if you're just frustrated with Julio and you demand more out of him. And you realize that it's hard to ask your catcher to perform like this day in and day out. And I don't expect years of this type of play from Cal. It's just the position is so tough on your body. But if you look at it the way I am and say, this just buys Julio some time. It buys him another week or two, buys him, but at some time this year you have to see it. It's a bit frustrating because you want Julio to perform at this level. But you accept what you can get. And right now what you're getting is Cal playing at an all-star level and Julio playing slightly above average.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm like, technically, yes, because it's not what your plan was.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that you already know that Cal's going to give you 30 bombs a year. He's the best home run hitting catcher in the league. He has been for the last several seasons. You know what I mean? Now he's having the best season statistically we've seen from a catcher. At least in a very long while. And that's great. I wasn't necessarily expecting that season from him. But, yeah, I'd expect 30 bombs from Cal, easy. So it's not that he's not a massive part of this. But the plan is Julio. The plan is Julio. Well, initially it was Julio and Kelnick are your linchpins. They're the cornerstones of what you're going to do. You feel okay about Kelnick not working out, in part because not every prospect does, but also because it seemed like Julio did. And I remember reading a piece by Alden Gonzalez leading into the season saying this team will go as far as Julio goes. Right now, Julio's solid. Great defender. He's not doing enough at the plate, or at least what you need him to do. So it does make me a little nervous.
Yeah, that phrase has shifted, right? We entered the season and even last year saying this team goes as Julio goes because we didn't feel or see that there was anyone else capable of doing the things that he's done in the past. Lo and behold, Cal shows up and says, don't worry about it. Guys, I can take it from here. So now you're just hoping that you have a legit 1-2 combo. You hope you have a legit 1-2-3 combo if Polanco can tap back into anything he was doing before. And then JP does his thing. It's the four horsemen in this one to me. If these four guys can get going, if you can get JP, Polanco, Cal, and Randy going, it takes pressure off of everybody else. But you got to catch up. And it seems like we haven't seen – I can't remember the last game where just everybody went off, right? The top through the middle. I can't remember a game where everyone was just super solid. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Text signs, if you remember that game, go ahead and holler at me and let me know. But it's been a while. The fact that I can't think of it off the top of my head means it hasn't happened in at least 3 weeks.
Yeah. I've got a couple more cuts. Let's get to these. We'll stick with Julio, and then we'll get to JP. Jeff Passan on what he's seen from Julio this season.
It depends. There's always the cat and mouse game, Brock. And if pitchers understand that your tendency is to swing at the first pitch and try and do damage, they're going to stop throwing strikes on the first pitch, right? Yep. They're going to throw you spin. It's going to be down. It's going to be off the plate. You're not going to see fastballs. But the 0-0 pitch is quite often the best one you're going to see in any given at bat. I was talking with a player about this yesterday, and he was complaining that his team doesn't swing at 0-0 pitches enough, and because of that, teams know that they can steal a strike. And when you're down 0-1 in the count, it's from which you can't come back, but it's the sort of position that's really problematic.
Maybe part of it is Julio just growing and learning and figuring it out. I mean, he's only 24. You've seen him lower his strikeouts this year. As Jeff says, he's also just swinging at everything, trying to put the ball in play. Could be just something else he's still learning to develop simultaneously.
Yeah, he's learning. I think that's fair to assume that he's working on his approach. And it's funny because he's going through this process, and the thing that killed him last year, it's something he excelled at so far this year, which is swinging at the first pitch, right? He's swinging at more than half of the first pitch that he's seen, but his numbers are actually pretty good with that first pitch. And that's what's tough about the maturation process, is that you could be told to work on this certain aspect of your game, but then you're seeing results from doing the exact opposite of what I guess we're hearing about, or what us on the outside, right, mumble about when it comes to his aggressiveness on the first pitch. But now you're having success with it. So what does that do for your growth, right? Does it stun it? Does it help it? Who knows? But it's important to realize that he's 24, but it's also okay to apply a bit more pressure to him because he's shown it. Like, if a player shows me that he can make this cut full speed at 45 degrees and run this football down, and he stops doing it, and I'm gonna be like, dude, you showed me you can do it, so I'm going to have a bit more, put a bit more pressure on you, have more expectations. That's what we've seen out of Julio. He showed us he can do it, but he hasn't done it consistently. But at the same time, he's having a better start to the year than he's ever had. So, in most numbers, I think his power, his home runs might be down a little bit, but, there's still room.
Let's talk about a player who's going under the radar but deserves plenty of love. It's J.P. Crawford. Jeff Passan saying, we haven't seen this J.P. in a while.
We've seen some seasons, especially 2023, where it looked like J.P. Crawford was playing at an all-star level and where he was getting on base, 37, 38% of the time. But he's up over 41 at this point. And, man, you cannot put enough value on that guy. If you have Cal Raleigh hitting behind you, if you have Julio Rodriguez hitting behind you, if you have the boppers in the Mariners lineup behind you and you're getting on base 41% of the time, there's not a whole lot more that you can do. And J.P. Crawford, it surprises me a little that he's been this guy, because we haven't seen this version of him for a while, but it's been pretty cool to watch this year. And, he doesn't strike out and he takes walks. Like, for a leadoff hitter, what more can you ask for?
And I'm going to combine it with this one, Jeff Passan making the all-star case for J.P. Crawford.
You look at offensively what J.P. Crawford's done this year and what Bobby Witt Jr. has done this year, and they're about the same. You can make a real argument, in fact, that J.P. Crawford's been better offensively than Bobby Witt this year.
His WRC plus is higher.
Yeah, he's got almost 80 points on him and on base, and he's behind only 60 points in slug. Now, Bobby Witt Jr. is a much better base runner. Bobby Witt Jr. is a much better defender. I'll take Bobby Witt Jr. every single day over J.P. Crawford, but I also think Bobby Witt Jr. is one of the 5 best players in baseball.
I feel like JP's profile as a player is one that's just never going to quite bring the recognition he deserves. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a home run hitter. He's not going to steal a million bases. He's just going to constantly be a guy, a Doug Baldwin-esque under-the-radar dude that's actually a massive help for his team when he's hot.
Yeah, he's as good as it gets when it comes to a role player. Not a superstar, doesn't hit the ball far enough, hard enough. I said it yesterday, his game is low-key, but his style isn't at the same time. Like, if you look at JP, I see marketability. But if he was as bigger, faster, stronger,
I know
he'd be one of the stars of this game. But every team needs a player like JP. He's the glue to this whole thing. Whether Cal's hitting bombs or not, whether Julio's balling or not, for the most part, you can count on JP this year just getting on base and giving you opportunities.
Alex Mayer also has an all-star case to make for J.P. Crawford. He joins us next. This is The Dugout.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Talking about the Mariners' plan for the trade deadline. Do you think people are reticent to the minor leagues and trade some prospects? I know fans develop a connection to names they hear over and over. Often you don't see these guys. I don't know how many people are making trips out to Everett or out to Tacoma to watch the young guys, but there just aren't any sure things.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Church's Chicken is bringing even more flavor to the neighborhood with our Bremerton location, and we can't wait to share what we've been cooking up. So stop by and try our bold, juicy, flavor-to-the-bone fried chicken with all our only at Church's Fixins. Yeah, your newest fave is waiting with unbeatable deals and unmistakable crunch right here at the Church's Chicken in Bremerton on 4000 Wheaton Way. That's right. Come on down. Friends, family, and neighbors welcomed at 4000 Wheaton Way in Bremerton. See you soon. Church's.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This is my favorite open song that we do.
You know who sings it?
Who?
Childish Gambino.
Oh, really?
Summertime. It's summertime too, so that's why.
I always want to do like a little snake.
You don't dance like that. I hate how you do that.
Because
you act like you have no rhythm.
No, I know, but once
no
the camera
flow.
came on, I didn't know what to do with my body. It was just moving. Alex Mayer joins us on the Emerald King Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hi, Alex.
What an introduction. Wow. I don't know if I was ready for that one.
Probably weren't. We were just listening to some Jeff Passan sound where he made the all-star case for JP. You also have an all-star case for JP. First, why doesn't JP get more all-star love?
I'm not sure, but Jeff Passan's a pretty tough act to follow. I'll do my best. JP ranks among the top shortstops in pretty much every stat imaginable. I saw on the voting update yesterday through MLB that JP was only like 9th or 10th among AL shortstops, where he ranks top 3 in every category you can think of. So I don't know why he's so underrated, but he definitely is.
I was trying to figure that out myself. I told Stacy that he has like a style that is very marketable, right? You look at him and the way he plays, and I like how he untucks his shirt, flips the hat backwards after a win, but he just doesn't get that love. So we're gonna have to I'm sure we've had a JP bobblehead night before at T-Mobile, right? We need another one of those things. Can we make that happen?
Yeah, we have the best marketing, best sales, best promotions team in the league. So
Didn't he have
we should
the
cook
Trident
something
one?
up.
I think he did have a Trident.
I know because I took the Trident.
You took the Trident.
Yeah, we need to add more to the list, clearly.
Tell me about these young guys, man. Williamson, Cole Young. What's their progress looking like? They're trying to figure some things out.
Yeah, I think baseball is probably the hardest sport. I mean, it's difficult to measure, but it's the hardest sport, I think, to kind of get going right away. And, Cole Young and Ben Williamson, they went through waves first few games or so, but they've both been swinging really good bats. Cole Young's hitting .346 over his last 7 games. Williamson looks a lot more comfortable at the plate now, too, and we know what the defense is with Ben. So a lot of good signs there with the young guys.
We'll get on from JP in just a minute, but I saw Mariners PR tweet out an hour ago his ranking among AL shortstops. Mm-hmm. Are there a few names that are just gonna get more attention over him? Like I can understand the case for some of them, but man, some of these numbers, Alex. I mean, first in on base percentage, first in walks.
Right, yeah. So he ranks first in on base, first in walks, third in OPS, third in WAR. He ranks 4th in all of the major leagues in on-base percentage at a .412 clip. If JP can keep this up, no Mariners actually gotten on base 400 or better in a season since Ichiro 21 years ago.
Wow.
And that literally took breaking the all-time or the single-season hits record that year to get to that 400 mark. So what JP's doing is special. I think, you look around the league, you've got Corey Seager, who's not even having the greatest year, but he's a big name. You've got Bobby Witt Jr. and Gunnar Henderson, who are two really bright young players. But JP's stats are right up there, if not better than those guys. And then you have Jacob Wilson, son of former Mariner Jack Wilson, who I got to give him his credit. I mean, he's hitting like .360 this year, so is probably
he's not getting
deserving
enough
of
love
those votes.
either. It's giving popularity contest.
Right. I think we've seen it. It's hard to kind of move up in those voting rankings as a rookie. I mean, even Julio, who had one of the best recent rookie seasons I can remember, got into the All-Star game in 22 but didn't start. So I think it's a little bit of pay your dues in terms of getting the votes, but JP is not a youngster, so he should be getting the votes as much as some of these other veterans.
You got a funny note. You got Devers and Roman Anthony did something that it's great, but I hate seeing it.
Right. So I don't like talking about opponent stats too much, but yesterday someone on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, asked me, hey, how many Red Sox players have hit their first career home run at T-Mobile Park? Because Roman Anthony did it off Logan Gilbert. Logan, obviously, otherwise extremely brilliant yesterday, 10 strikeouts in his return from the IL. But anyway, Roman Anthony, Red Sox top prospect, homers. I go and look because some guy on Twitter asks me, Rafael Devers, who's the biggest story in baseball over the last 48 hours because of his trade to the Giants, was the only other Red Sox hitter to hit his first career home run at T-Mobile Park. So baseball just finds a way.
How long you think it takes until Devers hits a bomb at Oracle? Not Oracle, right?
Oh gosh, Oracle. You got. I think they have. I believe they have the longest streak without a 30 home run hitter. I don't think anyone's done it since
2004.
There you go, since Bonds in 04. So, you know what? I'm not really into predictions at hot takes. I say Devers becomes the first Giant to hit 30 homers since Bonds.
There's your hot take right there.
Not this year, obviously, but while he's there,
Still a solid take.
We saw Logan do his thing yesterday, and Alex, my expectations were so low. Like I felt like there would be flashes of old Walter, but he put together a nice outing. What were your expectations for him coming into that game?
I mean, I'm not surprised that Logan went out there and did his thing. I mean, he had 220 strikeouts last year, which ranked top 5 in the league, led the league in innings. Like, he's a dog. I mean, he's really good. I'm not surprised that he did what he did. I mean, the 10Ks pop out at you a little bit because you knew he wasn't going to go 7, 8 innings in his return from the injured list. But, no, I'm not surprised at all that Gilbert did what he did out there.
When we're looking at where we'd love to see this team take a step forward, is there something you noticed about that series sweep against the Guardians, or rather when this team plays its best baseball, according to you? what do you see? Because I've heard a couple different things from, Logan said, hey, our pitching and hitting is on at the same time. You've had Cal say we just play more complete games. Like, what do you see from the best version of a Mariners team?
That's a good one. I would say, Cal Raleigh can't hit like Babe Ruth for 162 games. So I'd say it's other guys stepping up, right? And we'll go full circle with the segment because the series that JP had against the Guardians was paramount in us sweeping them. JP got on base 3 times. Then he got on base 5 times. And then what did he do in the finale on Father's Day? His first as a dad, he hits a grand slam. So it's tough to do more than what JP did during that series. And over his last 15 games, he's hitting .424 with 14 walks compared to just 7 strikeouts. So that really displays how well he's seeing it lately. But yeah, to answer your question directly, I think, more contributions up and down the lineup, like so many of these guys are capable of. Rowdy Tellez has been on a nice little home run lately. Julio has his season's gone waves a little bit, but he's fully capable of stringing together 3-hit games on the regular. So I think contributions everywhere is the biggest key to the Mariners, playing up to their capabilities.
Alex, before we let you go, I have to ask, are you playing MLB's Beat the Streak, or do you play?
I don't play Beat the Streak. I am a loyal, and I mean loyal, Immaculate Grid player. I still trade with I trade with Jerry DePoto every morning, and he puts me to shame.
What's what's the best rarity score DePoto's gotten?
He gets zeros semi-regularly. He's unbelievable. What? Yeah, I don't know if there's 10 more people in the world who know more baseball history than Jerry does.
What a nerd. Tell myself that.
No, he's the best. I'll regularly score in the single digits as well, but he's just in a different stratosphere.
I didn't know you could get a 0.
Yeah. If your totals from the 9 squares add up to, I believe, 0.5% or lower, you get a goose egg. So.
I've got a new level of appreciation. Curtis, what are you looking at? You go single digits.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Let's trade, Curtis. Let's do it, man.
Yeah.
God,
we'll have to. I've always thought we should fill out an Immaculate Grid on the pregame show, just for an entire segment. Just all of us start talking about random guys.
No, it's just gonna be you guys doing that thing of guys in a room say baseball names,
just remembering guys.
But then it's also going to be a couple minutes where you guys are just silent, filling out an Immaculate Grid quietly.
Right.
It's going to be riveting. And I can't
that's not good radio. I don't know what is, guys.
Oh, my God. Okay, Alex, get out of here. We love you. Thanks so much. Bye, Alex.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
He is Alex Mayer. Curtis, what's the lowest score? Have you ever gotten a 0? Are you impressed that Jerry DePoto got a 0?
I've gotten, I think, like a 1 or a 2 before.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Zero's really good.
Yeah, that's really impressive. All right, thank you to all of our guests today. Chris Cotillo, again, sorry you had your vacation interrupted by that Red Sox trade. Gary Hill and Alex Mayer for joining us. Wyman and Bob coming up next.
Logan Gilbert dazzles in his return.
Swing and a miss. He waves at a splitter. Strike 3. Strikeout number 10 for Logan Gilbert.
But the Mariners come up short in the series opener against the Red Sox.
We were able to get some traffic, just not able to get him in tonight.
Tonight, the Mariners turn to Brian Wu, looking to even the series at 1 apiece. First pitch at 6:40. Wyman and Bob take you up to pregame at 5:30 on Seattle Sports. Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, an ugly night last night for the Mariners. They look to turn the page today when they send Brian Wu to the hill in Game 2 of their series with the Boston Red Sox. Red Sox counter with Walker Buehler. You'll catch all of the action of that one beginning at 5:30 with the pregame show. 6:40 first pitch right here, Seattle Sports on 710. You got a full slate of games coming up today. Phillies on the road taking on the Marlins, Pirates and Tigers in Detroit. Rockies looking for another win. They picked up their 15th last night of the season. They're now 15-57. They take on the Nationals in Game 2 of that series. Yankees and Angels, Blue Jays, Diamondbacks, Reds and Twins, Braves, Mets, Rays host the Orioles, White Sox and Cardinals. And you've got the Astros and A's getting together. Other news coming out of the NBA, Indiana Pacer star Tyrese Halliburton suffered a strained right calf. He's going to undergo an MRI to determine the severity of the strain, according to ESPN. He aggravated the injury in the first quarter of last night's 120-109 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there on another beautiful day outside. I don't know
what. We got a side view there. Hey, there we go.
There you go. Lefko fixed it.
Couldn't see my.
I think he was trying to mess with you.
Couldn't see my logo.
You're very proud of your logo.
I am.
Yeah, it goes with you wherever you go.
Yes, it does. I take the sticker off, wash the shirt, put it back on.
Nothing says class like putting a sticker on your polo shirt.
Maybe that's what I'll start doing. We were talking about tattoos. Maybe I'll start just putting stickers on.
Yeah, looking at the screen, you can't tell it's a sticker. If we didn't say anything, most people would think that was embroidered, right?
Right.
Yeah. Dave goes old school. He put a sticker over the old logo. So I'm just waiting for him to forget that it's on there, and it goes through the washing machine and comes out in tatters, and there's pieces of sticker all over.
And I get in trouble.
Yeah, and then you get screamed at by Shannon. Yeah. Coming up today, we got Tim Kirkshin joining us at 2:30. Always fun to talk to Tim Kirkshin, one of the baseball legends out there covering the sport. Lofa Tatupu, one of the 50 greatest Seahawks ever, is going to join us at 3 p.m. Charlie Furbush will join us in studio for his weekly appearance. He'll spend the hour with us at 4 o'clock, and then we'll wrap it up with El Hombre, Michael Bradley, at 5 p.m. So got a great show coming your way. You guys just sit back, relax. We got you covered. The text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. And I don't know. Is there anything else we can get into before the Mariner game?
I was so excited too for Logan making his comeback and really looked pretty good. I mean, that wasn't
very good.
Wasn't a terrible pitch that he threw that got hit out of the yard and
he gave it up to the number one prospect in all of baseball, who had really been scuffling, was hitting like 056 before that or something. So
Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, look. Guy put a good swing on it. It wasn't a meatball down the center, and it wasn't center cut. It was up at the top rail there, and he give him credit. But 10 strikeout, and we'll talk more about him. But yeah, despite the absolute pig of a game, there were some positives, but they were all the pitching. It was Logan and it was the bullpen. The end. Right. That's where it stopped, because you managed 4 total hits, 15 strikeouts, 15 strikeouts in this game against Lucas Giolito. Come on, man. Yeah, he's a big league pitcher, but he's middling at best. He's a middling pitcher. He's not an ace. He's not dominant. And just own this team. Just own this offense. Shut them down. Mariners were 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They left 7 on base, and it was just this game just bothered me more than others. In a different, I don't know what it was. It just, they couldn't string together anything. Then when the one time they did, they had 3 consecutive singles from the bottom of the lineup. Right? It was Canzone, Williamson, and Young.
Right.
Single, bases loaded, and here comes the top of the order, and you're like, oh, okay, here we go. Somebody's going to put the ball in play. We're going to get a sac fly. Somebody's fielder's choice. Something is going to push a run across. Mm-hmm. Yeah, JP come up there. Strikeout. Julio comes up there, strikeout. Cal comes up there, strikeout. You had the bases loaded with nobody out, and the top 3 in your order whiff.
Yeah.
And they combined to go 0 for 10 with 6 strikeouts and 2 walks, and both of them were JP walked. I mean, just a dreadful, dreadful night for this entire offense, but especially in that moment. The core of your lineup, and arguably your 3 best hitters on the team currently, for them all to go up there and not even put the ball in play was beyond maddening. I was so mad watching that. And I know it's baseball, it happens, but when the Mariners over the years have had a habit of making mediocre pitchers look like Cy Young. Mm-hmm. And we've seen them beat really good pitchers this year. They've done it. You can go through their game log and look at some of the guys they beat. So when they get shut down and just dominated by Lucas Giolito like that, I felt like this is a game we're going to look back on at the end of the year. If they miss the postseason by a game or 2 games, this is going to be one I point to. This is one we're going to look at with regret.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Giolito. He had a pretty good outing his last time up. He went 6 innings and gave up.
How about the start before that?
0 earned runs. I'm getting to it. 1 2/3. Gave up 7 earned runs, including a home run. He walked 1. He only had 1 strikeout. So, yeah, I mean, it just didn't make any sense, especially for your top 3. And I would throw a Rosarena in there, too.
Oh, yeah.
He also went 0 for.
Yeah,
so
with a couple of strikeouts. It was brutal.
I was so excited for this game just because getting Logan back, and I was writing down everything, and I'm really excited, and really, it was good for him. I mean, he had a lot of strikeouts, and he gave up basically, he had the triple that he gave up down into the corner, and then Abraham Toro brings him home. Thank you very much. I think our guy Ian was talking about Toro being one of their better hitters, and right now anyway. And yeah, I mean, it was just kind of a little icing on the cake there for that one. But yeah, I mean, it was, and I was kind of texting back and forth with Ryan Roland Smith about Logan's velo, and he talked about a splitter when he was on with us, and to kind of watch for that, he thought everything was good. So yeah, what a unfortunate offensive performance for Logan Gilbert, making a great comeback.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, you had the bottom of your order, each guy came up with it, and it was all in the same inning. You had 4 hits the entire game. 3 of them came in that third inning, all in a row. The other hit was Jorge Polanco had a hit. The rest of the lineup, 0 for. Lots of strikeouts. 2 strikeouts for Crawford, 2 for Julio, 2 for Cal, 2 for Rosarena, 2 for Williamson, 1 for Tellez, 1 for Polanco. I mean, everybody in the lineup struck out at least once, except for Canzone. Yeah, he went 1 for 3, no strikeouts. Everybody else, at least one time, they whiffed. It was futile. It was maddening. Again, if it was Crochet out there, then I'm going, well, all right, happens. Dude's a stud. Dude's a stud pitcher. Lucas Giolito is not. Sorry, he's not. If he beats you, that's one thing. But when you get dominated like that. Oh, that was a tough watch, man. That was a tough one. And now you look at it, they are out of the wild card as we sit, and I would imagine is going to change every single day. But they're now a half game out behind the Red Sox, who they just lost to. So we'll see what they do in game 2. We're certainly going to talk more about Logan and some of the other things that happened in this game. Again, you guys can text in 866-979-3776. And if you missed any part of the show, by the way, want to go watch things over again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search Seattle Sports on all social media platforms to find any of our segments, conversations, interviews. It's all right there for you. Meanwhile, some big news around the sports world happening. We're going to catch up on all of it. That is coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Logan Gilbert dazzles in his return.
Swing and a miss. He waves at a splitter. Strike 3. Strikeout number 10 for Logan Gilbert.
But the Mariners come up short in the series opener against the Red Sox.
We were able to get some traffic, just not able to get him in tonight.
Tonight, the Mariners turn to Brian Wu, looking to even the series at 1 apiece. First pitch at 6:40. Wyman and Bob take you up to pregame at 5:30 on Seattle Sports. Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Summer is here, and now's the time to break through those weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and we have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. No drugs, no side effects, no calorie counting, no exercise. Just teaching you the simple steps to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long term. Remove the stress of trying to do this on your own and picture being down 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days with our help. At Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, we know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle changes. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, look your best this summer. Even with a busy schedule and vacation, the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan isn't going to cause much disruption. Don't wait or put it off because you're busy. Lose weight during this summer and watch that transformation really happen for you.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. Jet City Harley sign and ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% APR on select Harleys. Save thousands on interest at Jet City Harley Davidson. On approved credit on new 2024 Lowrider ST, Lowrider S, or Road Glide 3 models. See dealer for details.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Tyrese live at Muckleshoot Event Center, Sunday, July 13th, 8 p.m. You've seen him on the screen. You've heard him on the radio. Now see him live for an unforgettable night. Get tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com. Tyrese, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at mazdaofeverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett. This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Before we get to take two here, I like this from the 415, California. I'm never more pessimistic in life than when the Mariners have the bases loaded with no outs.
Well, at least he's not surprised. I mean, I think that's what people don't like. They don't like to be surprised.
Yeah, you're just kind of waiting for it, going, all right, let's see what they do. And they didn't do anything last night. We'll talk more about that. But right now, let's take two.
Well, Shohei Ohtani pitched in a game for the first time since 2023 last night. They just threw the first inning of the Dodgers' win over the Padres. Gave up a run, but he hit triple digits in a 28-pitch first inning.
Yeah, I would think you've got to feel pretty good about that. By the way, the first time he's pitched as a Dodger, played all last season as a Dodger, but didn't pitch. Yeah. So first time he's been on the mound, as he said, since 2023. Hitting triple digits.
And then he goes out and gets 2 RBIs.
Yeah.
Goes 2 for 4, struck out a couple times, but, I mean, just amazing. And I was watching him pitch. I was kind of like, I was afraid he was going to break.
He's not a spindly little guy. He's a pretty stout dude.
He is, but I don't know, just the torque that big body of his puts on his elbow just kind of worries you a little bit. But because the game's not the same without him.
No. In the worst case scenario, he blows out his arm again. He just becomes a full-time masher at the plate. They talked about him coming off the mound, putting all the stuff away, putting on his glove, like he didn't even have time for warm-up swings because he was leadoff.
Yeah.
So he ends the inning, comes off the mound, and immediately grabs the helmet, the gloves, the bat, and walks right into the batter's box. And I think he struck out.
Yeah. What a gamer.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a gamer. Little Altuve complains that it takes too long to run in from left field.
Yeah, well, he's taken 8,000 steps because his legs are so short.
Yeah, it makes that like cartoon noise.
He can't run in to lead off in time. So that's my favorite story.
He's had a gas by the time he gets to the dugout.
He had to move down in the lineup because he was too tired to lead off. He's still good.
Somehow we find a way to work the Houston Astro hate into a topic.
There's always a place for it, Dave.
Okay. You say so.
Well, I guess some more bad news. It was a tough sports night last night for the city of Seattle because the Thunder are now 1 win away from an NBA title, and the Pacers might be without their best player. Tyrese Halliburton has a calf strain. He's going to get an MRI today to determine how severe that is.
That's a huge bummer. I got to be honest, I completely forgot this game was on last night. I was just so...
Because you're obsessed with the Mariners.
I was so wrapped up in screaming at my TV the whole night. My neighbors probably think I'm psychotic. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, you got to be bleeping kidding me, man. Screaming at the TV. But, I guess I'm glad I missed this one. It didn't look that competitive, and the wrong team won, more importantly.
Yeah, we scored 4 points last night. He's an 18-point average guy, and lots of people very disappointed here in Seattle. Hate watching the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Were you watching it, Lefko?
Oh, yeah.
You're a big Pacers fan.
They did what they usually do. They had cut a 15-point deficit to 2, but then
they just get buried immediately.
That was the problem. Last night, for the first time, the Thunder then ran away with it. So 16-4 run after that. And not good.
Was it Oklahoma City last night?
Yeah, so it's in Indiana for Game 6 on Thursday. But the Pacers hadn't lost back-to-back games all playoffs. So now this is getting a little bleak here.
Damn it. All right.
I mentioned this last week that there was like a whole montage of videos of people that around Seattle that were, lining up in the bars and, other
all
eating
Pacer
establishments.
Fans. Yeah.
Just not so much Pacer fans. More of anti-OKC.
Oh, yeah. It could be any team. Any other team other than OKC, and we'd all be just rooting for them life and death, like we've been lifelong fans. So hopefully the Pacers can rebound, no pun intended, and at least take this to a Game 7 and cause some anxiousness and nervousness and stress in the lives of OKC fans.
And my advice to Halliburton, shoot it up.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just shoot it up.
It's worth it.
Fine.
He'll be fine. Yeah. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Meanwhile, the good news out of last night's game was all on the pitching side. Logan Gilbert goes out there and he's dealing. Yeah, made a couple of mistakes, but for the most part, 10 strikeouts.
Yeah.
I didn't think, we made our predictions, and I didn't think he was going to get 6 in. I also didn't think he was going to strike out 10. I was expecting... All right, he might get touched up a bit, maybe have some command issues here and there, and he did here and there. But, I mean, for him to go out and do what he did, we're talking about the lack of Mariners offense. It's not like the Red Sox went out there and just mashed. They had 4 hits the whole game. They scored 2 runs. So, and, he was dominant. Any other night, where he's not on a pitch count, you figure you're going to get 6, 7 out of him. And the bullpen was outstanding. Bullpen covered 4 innings combined, didn't give up a run. So your pitching was there last night. You had a tremendous night of pitching between Logan Gilbert and your bullpen. It was the offense was the problem. But more importantly, it was just great to see Logan go out there and look pretty sharp, not as sharp as he normally does, even though he did have 10 strikeouts. And and come out of it clean, more importantly.
Yeah, and this could have been one of those starts like Bryce Miller. I mean, it's been kind of disappointing with him, and so down the road, I mean, that's your ace, Logan Gilbert. So I don't know. I wasn't as disappointed by this game. I guess I was like, yeah, we just got transported back into time when Robbie Ray had a start and gave up one run, and we got 0 hits or 2 hits or whatever. But just knowing that that's sort of on the horizon. Kirby coming back, having a game maybe like, start to have more games like he had against the Angels, and then hopefully get Bryce Miller back. But what you've gotten out of Emerson Hancock, I'm still really bullish on the pitching, and that's going to save them in the second half of the season. So
yeah, they're getting healthy, and he hit the ground running.
Yeah. So I mean, if we can see more like that, as far as I guess Bryce Miller really is the only one left that needs to kind of come back and prove himself. But yeah, if we can get more of that and get back to where we were last year, where everybody was right around like a 3 ERA, who was the one that was sub? Bryce Miller.
2, Brian Wu and Miller.
Wu also too. That's right. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean that I think is a great sign of things to come. And then, like I said, I was texting with Ryan Rowland-Smith about he's like, no, I like what I see. He was talking about the splitter and whether or not
you bugging him during the game.
Oh yeah, he texts back all the time. Like
he's got work to do, man. What are you doing?
He seems fine.
He's got to be sharp. Goldsmith will let him have it if he slips. He's a taskmaster.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him not to text me during the games. I love hearing from
He's got to focus on the product. No, it was great to see. So if you wanted a silver lining to last night, it was the outing of Logan Gilbert. It was the bullpen that combined. They were phenomenal. They went out there and had to cover 4 innings, and they gave up 1 hit combined, no runs. So great night for the bullpen. Great night for Logan. Unfortunately, the offense went to sleep. Meanwhile, he is one of the best baseball minds around, and we love the opportunity to catch up with him. Tim Kirkshin is going to join us, talk Mariners and everything else going on in baseball. That is coming your way next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
What have you been hearing about this new Seahawks offense, Brock?
Just the entire group, Salk. They're fit. And this isn't just the eyeball test. And this isn't just, I'm in the best shape of my life, right? They wear the catapult systems. They spend all the money and all the resources, and they know. And this team has been as diligent in their work over the last 3 months as any team here that they can remember.
Every day at 7:45, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? It's Dave Wyman here, and after years of football, I know all about bad knees. So I recently had a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. I've heard so many patients just rave about stem cell therapy. With Dr. Wagner, people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, they're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, even just going up and down the stairs, playing with the kids and grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Take advantage of Lake Washington Windows hot savings. $750 off per window and $1,500 off per door with leak armor installation. And enjoy 12 months same as cash financing only through June. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same, and that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
The secret's out on what Western Washington dads want this summer. A beautiful green lawn that they don't have to mow or water. One they can use to host, play with their kids, and even practice chipping. Synthetic Turf Northwest has your solution. Low-maintenance lawns they'll install anywhere in Western Washington. Take advantage of their Father's Day sale for up to $1,500 off a new lawn, perfectly installed through June. Synthetic Turf Northwest, your green lawn solution. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here with some exciting news from a family-owned business that's local here in Western Washington. Yeah, we love to root for these guys. It's Riverside Roofing, and they've once again earned the prestigious GAF Master Elite President's